Miss Elsie. May it please the court, Your Honor, my name is Douglas Lasimbang, Conservator of Forests under the Sabah Forestry Department, and appearing with me is Anzali binti Bandang, and we have been empowered under Section 377 subsection B of the Criminal Procedure Code, bracketed Act 593, to carry out the prosecution for the offence under the Forest Enactment 1968, Sabah number 2 of 1968. It is our pleasure to represent the state of Sabah and to serve as prosecutors on this very important case. And appearing for the accused are my learned friends, Defense Counsel number 1, Ms. Puan Fitria Tri Paroko, and Defense Counsel number 2, Ms. Alia Anissa. And with that, on the 8th of June, the accused, one Mr. Alan Kusuma, was charged under the Sessions Court under Section 20, subsection 2 of the Forest Enactment 1968. And the charge reads that you, between 3rd April to 5th April 2021, without license or expressly authorized by the Sabah Forestry Department, firstly, had felled 120 trees. Secondly, there was no express authority to fell the trees. Thirdly, the felling of trees was from the forest reserve, and it was the accused and or his agents who committed this act in the Tangkulak Forest Reserve in the district of Telukit, Sabah, and thereby has committed an offence under Section 20, subsection 2 of the Forest Enactment 1968, and upon conviction shall be punished under the same section. Section 20, subsection 2 of the Forest Enactment 1968 reads as follows. Unless expressly authorized or under the provisions of this enactment, any person who cuts, collects, converts, fells, or removes any forest produce in a forest reserve shall be guilty of an offence and on conviction shall be punished with a fine not exceeding 500,000 ringgit and to imprisonment that shall not be less than 1 year but shall not exceed 20 years. Your Honor, the accused, Mr. Alan Kusuma, is the Chief Executive Officer or CEO and the majority shareholder of Suka Suka Logs Sdn Bhd, incorporated in Malaysia and has a registered address at Menara MAA Kota Kinabalu, Sabah. Mr. Alan Kusuma will be proved to be the person responsible and had instructed for the fell of 120 trees, which accounted for 201 logs, of which 70 logs identified from the species Euthodyraloxin zwegeri, or locally known as Balian, and the remaining 103 logs identified from the species of Equilaria melacensis, famously known as agarwood. Your Honor, the prosecution will be calling 2 witnesses in the trial to stand to prove our case. And these witnesses will be the first prosecution witness number 1, Mr. Richard Lee, and who is actually the Assistant Forest District Officer in the Telukit Forestry Office, who will testify that on 5th of April 2021, he led a team of 3 forestry officers, investigated suspicious activity in the Telukit Forestry Office, in the Telukit Tangkulak Forest Reserve grounds, where he found 5 workers of Suka Suka Logs Sdn Bhd involved in illegal logging. And the second witness that we are about to call will also be Ahmad Ladidu bin Abdullah Babu, who will testify as the head investigator of the case and as the head investigator of the case of the illegal logging. Mr. Ahmad Ladidu also recorded statements from the workers and investigated the details of the case pertaining to the Mr. Alan Kusuma, our accused of today, as well as his company, Suka Suka Logs Sdn Bhd, and the relevant parties, namely Maju Mega Sdn Bhd and Datuk Kali Kong. All right, and Mr. Ahmad also investigated the validity of the permit only to find it completely invalid, which is important for us to take note. Your Honor, the accused may claim that that in his defense he had obtained a valid contract amounting 1.7 million ringgit from Maju Mega Sdn Bhd. He may also claim that he has obtained the proper documentation from the state authorities. The accused may claim that the activities carried out in the Tangkulak Forest Reserve are done in accordance with the law and with constant supervision from the state authorities. However, the prosecution will be proving with sufficient evidence that the Mr. Alan Kusuma, the accused, has committed these illegal logging activities, and these illegal logging activities have had adverse effects upon the environment and in the continuity in the said area. The prosecution will prove beyond reasonable doubt that the accused is guilty of the charge on the defense charge pressed against him, and it is important to my learned friends on the defense to note that according to Section 38, subsection 1 of the Forest Enactment 1968, in any prosecution for a forest offence, the onus of providing the existence of a lawful authority or legal right or the possession of a license or permit shall lie upon the accused. Your Honor, after you have heard all the evidence against the accused, we ask that you find the accused guilty as charged. Thank you.
All right. Okay, before we begin, Mr. Arno, the court interpreter,
yes,
can you please read again the charge against the accused?
Okay, Pong. Alan Kusuma.
Alan Kusuma, can you?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. So, do you have any counsel to represent you in this case?
Yes, I'll be having Miss Fitria and Miss Alia to represent me in this case.
So I will read the charge to you. That you, between 3rd of April 2021, without license or expressly authorized by the Sabah Forestry Department, had cut 120 trees in the Tangkulak Forest Reserve in the district of Telupit, Sabah. You thereby have committed an offense under Section 20, in bracket 2 of the Forest Enactment 1968. An open conviction, you can be punished under the same section. So, Alan Kusuma, do you understand the charge?
Yes, I do.
So, what is your plea? Guilty or not guilty?
I plead not guilty and ask to be tried.
All right.
Okay.
Okay, prosecution, you may proceed with the trial by calling your first witness.
All right, thank you.
Unless the defense wish to address the court, do you have anything to address? Defense. Before we proceed with the prosecution case, the defense, do you have anything to address? No? I can't hear you. Yes?
Your Honor, we don't have anything to address.
No preliminary objection?
Yes, we do.
Are you raising preliminary objection at this stage or during the defense stage?
During the defense stage, Your Honor.
That is too late, isn't it? Are you raising the preliminary objection now? Before the prosecution call their first witness?
We will be raising, yes, Your Honor.
I think you may proceed with your preliminary objection, and then
Right.
we have the prosecution to reply, and I decide whether you have merits on your preliminary objection. Can you proceed?
All right, Your Honor.
All right.
Your Honor, my name is Fitria, acting on behalf of the accused, Mr. Alan Kusuma, together with my learned friend, Miss Alia Anissa. So, Your Honor, I will raise my preliminary objection against the accused. First, this action is brought by the public prosecutor on behalf of the Forest Department of Sabah pertaining to a charge under Section 20, Section 2 of the Forest Enactment 1968. It is trade law that where a prosecution is conducted by officers of the government department, the requirement under section 377, subsection B of the Criminal Procedure Code must be complied with, in that the prosecution must show to the court that there is a written authority to prosecute in the form of an authorization letter signed by the public prosecutor. In this regard, before the commencement of this trial and for the interest of justice, it must be stressed that the prosecution must show that they have authority to prosecute. While the defense acknowledged the authority of the first prosecutor, Mr. Douglas Lasimbang, however, the defense is still constrained to challenge the prosecution on the authority of the second prosecutor, Ms. Anjali Bandang. The second prosecutor is required to show the authorization letter duly signed by the public prosecutor. Otherwise, this trial will be rendered as null and void for the reasons of lack of locus standi to prosecute as against the second prosecutor. That's all, Your Honor. Thank you.
Do you have any reply to that, counsel, for the prosecution?
Yes, most definitely. Thank you, Your Honor, and thank you, my learned friends on the other side. Clearly, the defense just has quoted their laws well. However, my learned friends from the other side seem to have jumped the gun and thought that just because we are not so experienced, we are not authorized. However, the defense can refer to the letter, and with permission from the court, I would like to ask my instructing solicitor to share our authorized letter.
All right, you may proceed.
All right, thank you. Where if we were to look at it, we would see if with permission, pemberian kuasa di bawah section 377 or 377 subsection B, signed by Ahmad Fitri bin Yasid, who is the pengarah pendakwaan negeri or the public prosecutor, where he has hired myself, Douglas Lasimbang, to be the deputy public prosecutor under section 376 subsection 3, where he gave me the rights and powers vested in or exercisable by the public prosecutor by or under this code. And with that being said, I have that same rights, and I have used those rights to bring Wan Anjali binti Bandang, my prosecutor counsel number 2 for today, to be my assistant public prosecutor. And I hope that has answered the defense. Thank you, Your Honor.
Counsel for the defense, do you have any reply to that?
Your Honor, I maintain my preliminary objection by saying that the authorization letter only mentioned the name of Mr. Douglas Lasimbang instead of Ms. Anjali Bandang. So they must tender their authorization letter in the bundle of documents to show that Ms. Anjali Bandang have the locus standi to prosecute in representing the prosecution.
Thank you, Ms. Fitria. And if Your Honor, may I?
Yes.
Sorry.
Sure.
And as I just mentioned again, and I will mention it again just to clarify on your part, yeah, that as the public prosecutor has signed his rights and powers to me, I have the same said rights and powers to elect my own assistant public prosecutor, to which I have done, and I have elected Anjali binti Bandang. So those rights has been passed from the public prosecutor, Mr. Ahmad Yazid, to myself, Douglas Lasimbang, and with those rights, I have done what was required of me. And I hope that is sufficient to answer your question. And if you would like me to quote the law again, I would, which is under section 376, subsection 3, where under those rights, I have the power to elect my own deputy assistant public prosecutor.
All right. That's all. Ms. Fitria, that's all.
We leave it to the court to decide that.
All right, I find that the preliminary objection has no merits, and I dismiss the same. Thank you. Prosecution, you may proceed by calling your first witness.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. With that, I would like to call, may it please the court, Your Honor, I would like to call upon prosecution witness number 1, Mr. Richard Lee, to the stand.
Mr. Richard Lee.
Present.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Richard Lee. Mr. Richard.
Prosecution, before
Prosecution,
we give
The
evidence.
interpreter will take over. All right? Okay.
Okay. Mr. Richard Lee, before you give your evidence, you have to take your oath first.
Okay.
Please raise your right hand. So, I, your name,
Mr. I, Richard Lee,
do solemnly
do solemnly,
and sincerely affirm
sincerely affirm
that all the evidence
that all the evidence
which I shall give
which I shall give
in this case
in this case
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
Okay, so you can put down your hand now. So, Mr. Richard Lee, could you introduce yourself? Your name again?
Okay, my name is Richard Lee.
Your IC number?
My IC number will be 720-120-125689.
Okay, your age now?
Currently, I'm 49 years old.
Okay. So, your occupation now, present occupation?
Okay, currently I'm an assistant forest district officer at Telopit Forestry Office.
And your residential address?
My residential address will be at Taman Fajar Batu 7, Sandakan, Sabah.
Okay, so Mr. Richard Lee, you have to wait for the questions to be asked fully, and then you have to answer it slowly because
Okay.
your evidence will be recorded.
Okay, understood.
Right? Okay.
All right, prosecution, you may proceed now.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Court Interpreter, Mr. Arnold. Since that has been cleared, I think, Mr. Richard, we can, if you don't mind me asking for the benefit of the court, where were you working previously?
Okay, sure. Previously, I was with the Sabah Forestry Department in 2010 at Kota Marudu for 5 years. And in 2016, I was then posted to my current office.
Okay, thank you. And what is your education qualification?
Okay, I obtained my diploma in forestry from UPM in 2009, and I have attended several courses on forest management, enforcement management, wildlife trafficking between 2010 until 2019, organized by the Sabah Forestry Institute, Sabah Wildlife Department, and WWF respectively.
Okay, and have you ever appeared in court before? And if yes, how many times?
Oh yes, I have appeared in court for 3 times.
All right, and can you tell the reason for your appearance in court?
Okay, sure. For the 3 times I appeared in the court, I was the prosecution witness to give testimonies for cases relating to illegal logging and possession of forest produce. And to my knowledge, my testimonies were accepted by the court.
All right, well, it's good to know that you've done this before. So, Mr. Richard Lee, can you tell the court briefly what happened on the 5th of April 2021?
Okay, sure do. On the 5th of April 2021, I led a team of 3 enforcement officers named Peter Mongin, Awang Ahmad Awang Ibrahim, and Danny Ivan to do ground patrolling and aerial surveillance in the area gazetted as the Forest Reserve. The patrolling work will be conducted every day on weekdays to monitor if there are any illegal activities. So Mr. Peter Mongin piloted an unmanned aerial vehicle, or known as UAV, a Phantom 4 DJI quadcopter model belonging to the Sabah Forestry Department. Mr. Peter Mongin here has been trained to pilot the UAV since 2018 after attending few courses organized by our headquarters office in Sandakan.
All right, and on that day, what exactly did you see via the unmanned aerial vehicle with your colleagues?
So after hovering the UAV for around 15 to 20 minutes at 320 feet above the ground to the south of Tangkulak Forest Reserve, near Pinanga Forest Reserve, we saw an aerial view of cut down trees. After closer inspection through the UAV controller screen, we found felled trees area with the pile of logs at the location identified by the UAV. And we captured few images of the location.
All right, and what exactly did you make of your observation?
At that time, we strongly believed that there must be an illegal activities inside of the forest reserve area. So what we do is we landed and immediately hopped into our pickup truck and drove to the area which had been identified earlier by Peter Mongin. So we arrived there after half an hour and made a quick observation without the workers noticing our presence. And we saw 5 tractors, 4 lorries with a pile of logs and at least 5 workers at the site, and all of them were busy uploading the logs onto the lorries using Hitachi model tractors. And we also saw a Hitachi excavator parked at the roadside.
All right, I'm sure you were shocked by that. What action did you take after observing these workers?
So Peter and I then approached one of the workers there, while Awang and Danny remained in the pickup truck. So after introducing myself as the forest ranger and showing my authority card, the man looked calm, introduced himself as Mark Angus and as the site supervisor. I then request him to show us license or permit that allows them to cut down trees and conduct forest clearing activities in that area. He gave me the permit, but I was suspicious that it was forged or may be an invalid permit.
And can you tell the court what exactly made you think that the permit was not valid?
So I was suspicious as the permit handed to me did not contain a serial number nor the details of the trees to be felled as it should.
And what did you do to confirm that the permit was not valid?
So I immediately contacted our Telopit Forestry office to verify the permit. So after several minutes, the officer contacted me back and confirmed that such permit was never issued by the Telopit Forestry office or the Forestry Department headquarters in Sandakan.
Okay, and with the permission of the court, I would refer you to page 9 of the prosecution bundle of document. Can you show the court the alleged permit?
Yes.
Okay. Instructing solicitor. I'm afraid the instructing solicitor has lost his line. With the permission of the court, can I
Okay.
take over
Would
the
you be able to assist? Or would you be able to share screen?
Yes. Oh, see that.
Okay.
Instructing solicitor, are you able to share screen?
Yes, I am.
Okay, could you share the alleged permit? Okay, Your Honor, we are pleased if the alleged permit can be marked as Exhibit 1.
Defense counsel,
there's
any
also-
objection?
No, Your Honor.
No. Okay,
No,
Arnold.
Your Honor.
Okay,
Okay.
Arnold, exhibits.
Exhibit P1.
Okay, mark as P1. Moving on.
All right, thank you very much. And coming back to you, Mr. Richard, what exactly did you do after discovering that the permit was not valid?
So I immediately instructed Mark Angus to tell his worker to stop all activities. And I cautioned them that they have committed an offense under the Forestry Ordinance of doing activities prohibited in the forest reserve under the Forest Enactment 1968. And they will be arrested to assist in the investigation.
And what happened then?
On my instruction, Peter had earlier requested for a backup team of 4 officers from Telopit Forestry Office, and the team arrived in 20 minutes later. After the arrest was made, all machinery and forest produce were then seized.
And can you tell the court what did you do after the arrest was made and the machinery and forest produce were seized?
Okay, after the arrest was made and all machinery and forest produce were seized, I then prepared a notice of seizure accepted and signed by Mark Angus. The notice of seizure was then checked and signed by Ahmad Ladidu and Peter Mongin as the witnesses.
All right, and with the permission of the court again, please can you refer to page 4 of the prosecution bundle of documents? And can you show the court the notice of seizure?
Yes.
And instructing solicitor, if you don't mind, can you share? All right, Your Honor, we are pleased if the notice of seizure can be marked as exhibit number 2.
So defendant,
Counsel,
do
any
you have any
objection?
objection?
No, Your Honor.
Or
All right, Arnold, mark as exhibit.
notice penyitaan at page 4, marked as P2.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Court Interpreter. Okay, Mr. Richard, can you verify whether the signatures on the notice of seizure were made by you and your colleagues, Ahmad Ladidu and Peter Mongin?
Yes, I can verify that the signature were mine and those of my colleagues, Ahmad Ladidu and Peter Mongin.
All right, and Mr. Richard, can you tell the court the contents of the notice of seizure?
Yes. So the notice of seizure listed the seizure of 1 unit of excavator Hitachi EX1203, 5 units of tractor Komatsu, 5 units of trailer lorry Mercedes 911, 5 units of Husqvarna 460 chainsaw, 70 units of kayu belian, and 131 units of kayu agar wood.
All right, thank you. And what happened after you prepared the notice of seizure?
I served the notice of seizure to one Mark Angus, the site supervisor. He has confirmed the receipt of the said notice.
Okay, and do you have any other evidence of the seizure?
Yes, my colleague Awang Ahmad Awang Ibrahim took 5 photographs of the machinery and felled trees.
All right, and with the permission of the court, we refer to pages 6 and 7 of the prosecution bundle of document. Can you show the court the photographs taken of the machinery and the felled trees? Mr. Richard, can you show the court?
Yes. Yes.
Instructing solicitor. Okay, Your Honor, we are pleased if the photographs taken of the machinery and the felled trees can be marked as exhibit number 3.
Defense counsel, do you have any objection?
Yes, Your Honor. The prosecution may not tender the photograph as exhibits due to their fail to adduce the certificate in compliance with Section 19A, Section 2 of Evidence Act. They also fail to tell the maker of the document to call the maker of the document to this trial to verify the evidence. We can see that in that document there is no name of the witness who appeared in this court today, as admissibility is not amount to authenticity.
Right. Reply from the prosecution. Of
All
the
right,
objection.
thank you. Thank you to the defense. It is true that the man who took the photographs is not present in court today. However, I do not think there should be a reason for it to be dismissed, as the photographs are indeed not tampered with. And I think it's quite obvious that based on the notice of seizure itself, it has already been proven that the said documents, the said items were already seized, including the logs, the excavators, as well as the tree slug itself. And this was already verified on the defense by Mr. Mark Agnes, the site supervisor at that point in time. And more additionally, this document that we see in front of us right now has the letterhead of the Jabatan Perhutanan Sabah, making it an issuance of the Jabatan Perhutanan Sabah and not by a man or woman individually. I think that alone proves that it is indeed legitimate.
Are you aware of the provision cited by the learned counsel for the defense?
Unfortunately, I am not.
Anybody from your team to assist, will be able to assist you? Do you have Evidence Act with you? Ms. Fitria, do you want to repeat your objection and cite the relevant provision again?
Yes, Your Honor. The prosecution may not tender the photograph as exhibits due to they failed to adduce the certificates in compliance with Section 1990A of Evidence Act, and they also failed to call the maker of the document to this trial to verify the evidence. We can see that in the document, there is no name of the witness who appear in the court today, as admissibility is not amount to authenticity. If I may show to the court the evidence, the provisions in the Evidence Act, if the court may allow it.
All right, for the benefit of the prosecution, you may do so. Do you want to share screen, is it?
My apologies, Your Honor. If I may, can I have the instructing solicitor to, okay, yeah.
All right, thank you very much to the defense. I would just to clarify on part of the defense, are you aware that you are indeed sharing the law of the state of Johor and not the federal nor state of Sabah law?
Your Honor, I am afraid that this is the Evidence Act, so we have the authority to show this.
Your Honor, if I may,
Yes.
Evidence Act is a provision that is applicable to all states in Malaysia.
Throughout
So
Malaysia?
it's not a question of whether or not it's applicable here in Sabah.
Okay, that's no issue. This is the Evidence Act 1950, applicable throughout Malaysia.
All right.
They have
Apologies.
downloaded it from the state of Johor. All right. Do you have any reply to that, prosecution?
Okay. Just give me a second here, Your Honor. All right. Thank you again to the defense counsel and to Your Honor. Just to clarify that the picture was indeed taken by an individual from the State Forestry Department, and whether or not it may be used in court, I think as we mentioned earlier, this is just approving a secondary document to prove our initial notice penitaan with permission.
Is it mandatory for the prosecution to produce the certificate?
Sorry, in terms of the photos,
Yes.
I think
Is it necessary? Is it mandatory for the prosecution to adduce the certificate, to produce the certificate under this particular provision?
yes, it
Yes,
is
right?
mandatory.
Yes.
So with that being said, we do not mind if the court chooses to dismiss this said evidence, but it is important for the court also.
Again, this witness PW1 Richard Lee, what is his role again? Is he the investigating officer?
No, Your Honor.
Right.
It is,
Okay. All right. In that case, since you have failed to comply, the provision under Section 90 capital A will not be able to tender these documents, the photograph, through this witness. All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Is it too late to object?
Who's talking? Sorry.
My name is Anjali, the prosecution counsel 2.
All right. Do you have anything to add? You should have
Yes,
raised your hand just now if you
if
wanted
we
to
can-
assist if you wanted to assist your colleague. Yes, but anyway, I will allow you to address the court if you wish to.
The photo was taken by Awang Ahmad, which happened to be a colleague of team of Richard Lee. Therefore, I think Richard Lee, our witness one, can verify that the photo was taken at the scene.
But Richard Lee is not the maker of the document, right?
Yes.
Documents can only be tendered through the maker or the one who took the photograph, or through the investigating officer. As confirmed by your colleague just now, Richard Lee is not the investigating officer, he is not the IO. So I am maintaining my decision, the court's decision, that it should not be tendered as an exhibit through this witness. All right.
I see. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. Again, I would like to repeat and just to note to the court itself that it is important to note that the notice of seizure that has been signed by both parties is already present, which already states what has been seized, and that the pictures were just an additional burden of proof. What that being said, I think we can go back to the witness, Mr. Richard.
All right.
If you don't mind, sorry, thank you. If you don't mind, can you tell us what happened next?
All workers were then brought to the Telupit Forestry Office, and I also lodged a police report at the Telupit Police District Office.
Okay, and can you tell the court the content of your police report to the Telupit District Police Office?
Okay, so the report is as follows. The police report stated that on the said day, 5th of April 2021, at exactly 9 a.m., I was with three enforcement officer, Peter Mongin, Awang Ahmad Awang Ibrahim, and Danny Ivan, carrying out our routine surveillance. And when we discovered via the unmanned aerial vehicle, suspicious activities were carried out inside the forest reserve area, I then instructed Peter Mongin to record several photos and the area and we can clearly see that activities of trees felling carried out in the said area. When we reached the site, there were 5 workers on site, where I introduced myself to Mr. Mark Angus, the site supervisor, and requested for permit for forest clearing activities. He gave me the permit, but after inspecting, the permit was found to be fake, and there are no approval given. So I cautioned Mr. Mark Angus and the other workers that they have committed an offense under the Forestry Enactment 1968 and asked them to put all activities on hold. We arrested all the workers to assist in the investigation, and we seized all the equipments as said in the notice of seizure.
All right, and again, I would like to address the court. Please, can you refer to page 3 of the prosecution bundle of document? Mr. Richard, can you show the court the police report with the document number Telupit/00101/21 that you made at the Telupit District Police Office?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, instructing solicitor. Thank you. And with that, Your Honor, we are pleased if the police report number Telupit/00101/21 can be marked as Exhibit 4.
The defense counsel, do you have anything? Do you want to object? Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
All right, mark as an exhibit. Arnold,
First,
exhibit.
police report, mark as P3.
All right. Okay, P3.
Okay, thank you very much, Your Honor. Mr. Richard, can you proceed to tell the court what happened next?
On the instruction of the Telupit Forestry Officer, the case was then assigned to investigating officer Ahmad Ladidu, and at about 2 p.m. on the same day, I have passed the notice of seizure, arrest report, printed photos of the scene, and the fake permit and 5 suspect to the investigating officer, Ahmad Nadidu.
Okay, and do you have any other information that you would like to add to your witness statement?
No.
And are the matters stated herein true and to the best of your knowledge and or belief?
Yes, I believe they are.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Richard. That will be all, Your Honor.
All right. Cross-examination.
Much of
Ms. Fitria, are you there?
Ms. Fitria? Ms. Fitria? Ms. Fitria?
hello.
Okay.
Okay,
I can hear you.
can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, okay. Mr. Richard,
Mhm.
you conduct a raid at the alleged felling site on 5th April, correct?
Excuse me?
Hello?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Richard, Your Honor, if I may please, I want to leave for this courtroom because my internet connection is not stable, and I will try to join it.
All right. You may do
All
so.
right. All right.
Perhaps
Thank
we
you, Your
can
Honor.
Perhaps we can take 5 minutes break then.
All right, all right.
For
Okay.
Ms. Fitria to sort out her line. Okay.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Your Honor.
All right. Defense counsel, Ms. Fitriana, are you in?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Arnold, are you there? Arnold? It's okay. If Ms. Fitriana, if you are ready, you may proceed with your cross-examination. However, Mr. Richard Lee,
Yes.
you are reminded that you are still under oath, yeah?
Okay, understood.
Proceed, Ms. Fitriana.
All right. Much obliged, Your Honor. I will proceed with the cross-examination with Mr. Richard Lee. Mr. Richard, you conduct a raid at the alleged failing site on 5th April 2021, correct?
I don't think the word raid here applies. Yeah, I think it's we actually investigate.
I only ask you to answer correct or discorrect.
I would say no. A raid. No for raid.
Where were you on 3rd April 2021?
Objection. To what relevance?
Ms. Fitriana? Fitria, sorry.
Your Honor,
Yes.
the charge itself says that Mr. Alan Kusuma had been charged between 3rd April to 5th April 2021. So I may say that it is relevant to ask Mr. Richard this question.
What is your question again just now?
Where were you on 3rd April 2021, Mr. Richard?
3rd April, before the, on the 3rd.
Yes.
Okay. Witness, you may answer the question.
Okay, sure. So as usual on weekdays, we will be doing our patrolling, our ground patrolling and also our surveillance in the reserve for us. Yes.
I put it to you that you were not at the alleged failing site on 3rd April 2021. So, Mr. Richard, I refer to you your police report, Exhibit P4, so look at the police report. It is stated that on 5th April 2021, there are only 4 officers who went to the Tangkulak Forest Reserve, Telopit area, which were Richard Lee, Peter Mongin, Awang Ahmad Ibrahim, and Danny Ivan. Do you agree that is what stated here?
Yes.
All right. You also state in your police report that you had conduct a recon or pemantauan of the alleged failing site using an unmanned aerial vehicle, UAV, correct?
Through my colleague, Mr. Peter Mongin.
You also state in your police report that you had instruct your officer, Mr. Peter Mongin, to record few images using the UAV of the alleged failing site, correct?
Correct.
I put it to you that the UAV image or report would show the exact GPS locations of the alleged failing area. Would you agree with me that the image taken by the UAV cannot be found in the prosecution's bundle of document filed in the court? Would you agree?
Agree.
Would you also agree with me that your police report did not state the exact GPS location of the alleged felling area? Agree?
Agree?
You state in your police report that you had arrested 5 workers on the alleged felling site whom you allege to be workers of Suka-Suka Lok Sdn Bhd. Would you agree with me that the said 5 workers are not called by the prosecution to give their testimony today?
Correct?
Were you aware of the contractual relationship between the accused company Suka-Suka Lok Sdn Bhd and Maju Megah Sdn Bhd?
No. I'm not aware of the relationship.
I put it to you that Suka-Suka Lok Sdn Bhd had entered into a contract with Maju Megah Sdn Bhd for the building of chalets to be known as Tangkulak Forest Reserve. Are you aware of this? Were you aware that during the raid, there were also other workers of Maju Megah Sdn Bhd present at the alleged felling site?
No.
I put it to you that there were workers of Maju Megah Sdn Bhd present at the alleged felling site. Did you see
Objection. You are saying everything without any evidence. Could you clarify how exactly you know that the Maju Megah employees were there?
Do you want to reply, counsel?
It was corroborated by the witness and it was stated in our witness statement.
This is actually cross-examination. You can ask any questions as long as it is relevant. And the defense counsel, she doesn't have to explain to the prosecution where is the where is the evidence, because it has to come from the witness. All right,
Yes.
you may proceed, counsel.
Much obliged, Your Honor. Did you see the presence of the accused in the alleged felling area during the raid?
No.
Would you agree with me that you only arrest the accused on 7 April 2021?
Yes.
You also state in your police report that there are 5 buah lori trailer Mercedes 911 yang mengandungi muatan 10 kayu balak setiap lori. Would you agree with me that based on simple calculations, there are 50 kayu balak in total?
No.
Would you agree with me that you also state in your police report that there are 70 kayu belian and 131 kayu agar wood seized?
Yes.
Now, please refer to the seizure notice, Exhibit P2. Can you confirm that it is stated at item 5 and 6 of the list that there are 70 kayu belian and 131 kayu agar wood seized from the alleged felling site? Can you confirm that?
Yes.
Would you agree with me that it is you who determine the species of the logs as belian and agar wood?
Me and my colleague.
You said that you had obtained a diploma in forestry from UPM in 2019, right?
Correct.
Do you study specifically on forest botany?
Yes.
Do you attach any of your resume of education certificate on diploma in forestry in the prosecution's bundle of documents?
Objection. I do not see the relevance.
Do you mind explaining, Ms. Fitria, counsel?
Your Honor, the questions, I might say that the question is relevant as it is important to to have an expert opinion to differentiate the characteristics of the wood which has been seized by the prosecution.
All right. I agree. Witness to answer.
I believe with the okay, excuse me. With the knowledge and also the understanding obtained from my education, yeah, it gives me some experience or knowledge to actually identify the species of the trees.
So please tell the court, how is kayu belian different than agar wood?
Okay, belian is somewhat to be thicker, longer, while agarwood is supposedly to be lighter.
I put it to you that the description on the characteristics of the kayu belian and agar wood is not true because you did not possess any evidence on your formal education on this matter.
Could you prove what is the truth then, your defense, if you do? Sorry, Your Honor. If I may object.
Prosecuting officer, you may not be able to disturb the, you may not be able to raise your objection now.
Sorry, Your Honor.
This is
Thank
a
you.
cross-examination. You can re-examine your witness. She has done cross-examination. All right, proceed.
I put it to you that you are not a qualified person to testify on the timber species. Basically, you have stated in your police report and season notice that there are 120 felled trees, correct?
Excuse me, can you repeat?
Basically, you have stated in your police report and season notice that there are 120 felled trees, correct?
Okay. Yes.
Sorry,
Now,
Puan. Sorry to
looking
interject,
at
Puan.
the
Sorry to interject one, because there's one question that was not answered just now.
Yes,
Yes.
counsel, you have to wait for the questions to be answered. Otherwise, there is no answer being recorded in the notes of proceeding. You have to ask the question, you wait for the answer. Otherwise, there's no answer.
The
Right.
question that he put to the witness, that he was
Okay,
not a qualified, he was not a qualified person.
You may have to repeat the questions again, counsel.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Okay. Basically, you have stated in the police report and season notice that there are 120 felled trees, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, looking at the rakaman gambar di tempat kejadian, do you agree with me that by looking at the pictures, there are nothing written or marked on the logs, correct?
Correct.
Again, by looking at the pictures, do you agree with me that there are no markings done by you or your officers on the logs to number the trees? For example, tree number 1, tree number 2, or tree number 3. Do you agree?
Agree.
I put it to you that the photograph tendered have not shown with clarity that there are 120 felled trees. Now, please look at the season notice.
You don't want to wait for the answer, counsel. You said I put it to you, that. Then you did not wait for the answer, whether the witness agree or disagree with your put questions. So the notice of proceeding is empty. There's no answer, whether agree or disagree. All right, you repeat your question again. Make sure you wait for the answer.
All right. I put it to you that the photograph tendered have not shown with clarity that there are 120 felled trees. Agree?
Agreed, but Mark Angus has confirmed it.
I only ask you to agree or disagree. Now, please look at the season notice. You state therein at item number 1 that there are one excavator of brand Hitachi model EX10203 seized, correct?
Correct.
Now, look at the set of photos in the prosecution bundles. Would you agree with me that the picture of the excavator in photo number 1 and 3 do not clearly show that the excavators are from model EX1203? Would you agree?
Yes.
Did you go and check with the JPJ office that the excavator belonged to the accused or his company? Yes or no?
Can you repeat the question?
All right. Did you go and check with the JPJ office that the excavator belonged to the accused or his company?
No.
Yes or no?
I assume it's them. It's
Yes
them.
or no?
No.
All right. Would you agree with me that there is no copy of JPJ extract of vehicle registration of the alleged excavator Hitachi EX1203 contained in the prosecution bundle of documents? Agree or disagree?
Agree.
I put it to you that in the absence of the JPJ vehicle registration of the alleged excavator Hitachi EX1203, you cannot confidently say that the registered owner of the vehicle is the accused, is belong to the accused. Agree or disagree?
Agree.
Now, please look again at the season notice. You state therein at item number 2 that there are 5 tractors of brand Komatsu seized, correct?
Correct.
Now, look at the set of photos in the prosecution bundle. I put it to you that there is no picture of tractor Komatsu at all in any of those photographs. Agree or disagree?
Agree.
Now, please look again at the season notice. You state therein at item number 3 that there are 5 lorry trailer in brand Mercedes model 911 seized, correct?
Correct.
Looking back to the set of photos in the prosecution bundle, I put it to you that there are no picture of lorry trailer of brand Mercedes model 911 at all in any of those photographs. Agree or disagree?
Agree.
Now, please look again at the season notice. You state therein at item number 4 that there are 5 chainsaw of brand Husqvarna seized, correct?
Correct.
However, the set of photos in the prosecution bundle, I put it to you that there is no picture of chainsaw of brand Husqvarna at all in any of those photographs. Agree or disagree?
Agree.
Last question on the photograph. Do you agree with me that on the first page, the GPS location of the area where the photos are taken are not stated?
Yes.
Moving on to the alleged forged permit. Exhibit P1. Please look at the permit. Can you please state the name of the officer who signed the permit on behalf of the Chief Conservator of Sabah Forest?
Excuse me?
So, can you please state the name of the officer who signed the permit on behalf of the Chief Conservator of Sabah Forest? At the bottom left.
It's Eunice Martis. Yeah.
So, can you confirm before this court that this signature is forged?
Again, with the question?
So, can you confirm before this court that this signature is forged?
No. I'm not a signature expert on this.
You state in your police report that setelah diperiksa, permit tersebut adalah dokumen palsu dan tiada kebenaran diberikan. At that time, on 5th April 2021, did you pre-sir by yourself by asking with Eunice Merlis whether the signature of the permit is forged?
I didn't check with Eunice, but I checked with the officer in charge that actually, in charge of, how do I put it in words? The approval of such permits or any permit.
Is the prosecution calling Eunice Merlis as a witness to testify whether the signature on the said permit is forged?
Am I supposed? No, we are not.
Okay. So, Mr. Richard, do you know Mr. Bonaventure Sipaon?
Yes.
Would you agree with me that Mr. Bonaventure Sipaon was a forestry officer working at the Telupit Forestry Office?
Yes.
I put it to you that the accused operation manager, Mr. Ewan Jusilin, had met in person with Mr. Bonaventure Sipaon on 17 March 2021 at his office for the purpose of asking him to verify the permit. Are you aware?
No, I'm not.
I put it to you that during the said meeting on 17 March 2021, Mr. Bonaventure had shown Mr. Ewan Jusilin that the permit was entered into the register of approved permit. Are you aware?
No.
I put it to you that a week later, Suka-Suka Lok Sdn Bhd had identified their respective license area by appropriate marking to determine the limit of the permitted logging areas, which was also verified by Mr. Bonaventure Sipaon. Agree?
I don't quite catch your question.
All right, let me repeat it. I put it to you that a week later, Suka-Suka Lok Sdn Bhd had identified their respective license area by appropriate marking to determine the limit of the permitted logging areas, which was also verified by Mr. Bonaventure Sipaon. Agree?
Not aware of this.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Re-examination. PO, prosecuting officer.
Yes, Your Honor. All right, thank you, Your Honor, and thank you to my learned friends on the defense. The defense today were very adamant on proving whether or not my witness here is credible. But as my re-examination will show you, I hope to smoothen the matter. All right, first of all, Mr. Richard, if you do not mind, the details of the notice of seizure, this was confirmed by the employer of Suka-Suka Lok, yes?
Yes, correct.
And can you name this employee?
I don't remember.
Okay. Okay. Yes. Okay, and this was it or was it not the site supervisor Mark Agnes that signed the notice of seizure?
Ah, yes, correct.
All right, thank you. And is based on what you saw, were the employees of Maju Mega Sdn Bhd present at the scene as what was claimed by the defense counsel? Say no. Please.
No.
Okay, and okay, thank you, Mr. Richard. Also, the defense asked about the JPJ vehicle registration number. Did you by any chance manage to catch it by sight? Although there was no picture taken, did you confirm all of this with your own eyes?
Yes, I can.
And was this further confirmed by the four other officers that were present at that day?
Yes, correct.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Richard. Additionally, okay, sorry. There was also claim by the defense counsel that it was not necessarily the owners of Suka Sukalog that owns the vehicles there. However, do you agree with me that the employees of Suka Sukalog that were present and that were using the said vehicles proves that it is in fact their own belongings? They belong to Suka Sukalog?
Yes, yes. I can agree.
All right, thank you. Okay, on another note, Mr. Richard, does this normally happen? Does these logging activities normally happen in Telupin Forest Reserve?
Okay, it does not usually occur because the area itself is gazetted as a forest reserve. So if there were to be any logging activities, it must go through a specific procedure for them to get the quiet permit to do so. But in usual, it's not a usual case.
All right, and this forest reserve makes it it's considered to be illegal to log here without a permit. Is that true?
Correct.
Okay, and as you mentioned earlier in our main examination, you thought the permit was not valid the second you saw it. Could you re-explain why to be done?
So it was missing a serial number. Yeah, one of the detail was it was missing a serial number when I'm actually looking at the permit.
Okay. And is this in your experience? I'm sure that you know whether or not serial number is usually present in a permit.
Yes, yes.
Okay. So was there any additional things that made you think that this permit was not valid?
Yes, correct. Also, the type of trees to be felled should be also included in such permit if they were to be issued.
I see. Okay, and again, this was missing in the said permit. Yes.
Correct.
Okay. Moving on. The defense also maintained. The defense also said that Yunis Malis, the signer of the said permit, whether or not you could confirm that it's forged, and I know that you are no expert in terms of signatures. So, in your experience, do you think this sign is forged?
So what I usually do is, if let's say I have a suspicion regarding any permit, I will then contact our headquarters to verify or confirm if such permit were even issued in the first place. So yeah, basically it then confirm or validate whether or not my instinct or my suspicious towards the permit can be confirmed.
Okay. And you did do that call on the same day on October 5th. Sorry, on
Yes.
the 5th.
Yes,
And,
correct.
what did the officer on the receiving end say?
So the officer on the receiving end told me that such permit was never issued.
Okay. So I think that pretty much proves it. But just to add on to that, the officer on the receiving end, this was the person in charge, is it, of handling such issues?
Yes, correct.
All right, thank you. Okay, just to basically wrap it up, I just want to let the court know that Mr. Richard Lee, and just to clarify again, Mr. Richard Lee, you have been appeared in court before, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay, and your testimonies have been accepted by the court, right?
Yes.
Okay, and do you think your judgment on this case to be correct as well? Where do you think that the one Mr. Alan Kusuma, the accused, is indeed liable or guilty of this charge. Just out
Yes.
of your own opinion.
Yeah,
Okay.
I do believe so.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Richard Lee. Just to clarify again with the court, all the observations, and also with you, Mr. Richard, all the observations that were done by the defense counsel earlier was done in reference to the picture which was already discredited earlier. Am I right, Mr. Richard?
Yes, correct.
So are they saying that the picture should now be accepted, or? But it's okay, I won't let you answer that. I think that's for the court to answer, whether or not the picture should or should not be accepted, where the defense themselves have used the same pictures in their own cross-examination. But it's all right, we'll leave that to the court. Thank you very much, Mr. Richard, and thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You should proceed with your next witness. Thank you. First witness, Mr. Richard Lee, you are now released.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Second witness.
Your second witness, counsel, prosecution.
I'm here.
Your name, please. Your name, please. Could you introduce yourself?
Oh, sorry. My name is Ahmad Ladidu bin Abu Lababu.
So before you give your evidence, you have to take your oath first. Huh? Please raise your right hand. I, your full name,
Ahmad Ladidu bin Abu Lababu,
do solemnly
and sincerely affirm
that all the evidence which I shall give in this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So you can put down your hand now. Once again, your name. Could you introduce your name?
My name is Ahmad Ladidu bin Abu Lababu.
Your IC number?
My IC number is 720. Sorry. My IC number is 700228135689.
Your occupation now, your present occupation.
I am currently working as assistant forestry officer.
Attached to?
Sorry?
Attached to with department.
Investigation department.
Okay. So your residential address?
I reside at Kampung Kuala Telipit, Sabah.
So Mr. Ahmad,
yes,
you have to wait for the questions to be asked fully, and then you have to answer it slowly because your evidence will be recorded.
All right.
All right. Proceed. Who is asking the questions to this? Who is examining this witness?
Okay. Yeah. Your Honor, my name is Anjali, and I'm a prosecutor counsel 2, and I will be the one who will be questioning the prosecution witness 2.
All right.
With the permission of the court, I will begin my examination. May it please the court. Your Honor, I would like to call upon prosecution witness 2, Mr. Ahmad Ladidu bin Abu Lababu, to the stand. All right. Okay, Mr. Ahmad, can you tell me where are you working previously?
Previously, I was working with the Sabah Forestry Department back in 2008 at Keningau for 7 years. And in 2015, I was posted to my current office.
I see. Okay. Mr. Ahmad, what is your education qualification?
I obtained my diploma in forestry from UPM KB in 2007. I have attended several courses on forest management, enforcement management, wildlife trafficking, investigation techniques between 2008 until 2020 that were organized by the Sabah Forestry Institute, Royal Malaysia Police, Sabah Wildlife Department, and also WWF respectively.
Okay, have you appeared in court before? If yes, how many times?
Yes, I have appeared in court before more than 10 times.
Okay, Mr. Ahmad, can you tell the reason for your appearance in court?
I have appeared in court before as the prosecution witness to give testimonies for cases relating to illegal logging, wildlife trafficking, and also possession of forest produce. As far as I know, my testimonies were accepted by the court.
Okay, Mr. Ahmad, can you tell the court briefly what actually happened on the 5th of April 2021?
Sure. On 5th of April 2021 at about 2 p.m., I received an instruction from the District Forest Officer, Mr. Azman Ahmad, to investigate a case concerning illegal logging at Tangkulap Forest Reserve. Then my office mate, Mr. Richard Lee, came to my office to hand over several documents, namely the notice of seizure, arrest report, printed photos of the scene, and the fake permit. He informed us that 5 suspects have been placed in our investigation room.
Okay, Mr. Ahmad, as you seen earlier, what have been displayed. Can you confirm all the receipt of document, namely the notice of seizure at page 3, arrest report at page 2, and the fake permit page 9 in the prosecution bundle of document?
Yes, I confirm that.
Okay, Mr. Ahmad, I would like to ask you, what happened after you received the said document?
After I received the said documents from Richard Lee, I began the investigation by recording statements from the 4 general workers, and they were all released after the sessions ended.
Okay, Mr. Ahmad, who are these workers and to whom did they work for?
They were all employed by Suka-Suka Logs Berhad for a period of 1 month, with wages received between 4,000 ringgit to 6,000 ringgit. Each worker had shown the employment letter, which was signed by the human resource manager of the company, Suka-Suka Logs Berhad.
Okay, Mr. Ahmad, what happened then?
After that, Mr. Mark Angus, the site supervisor, and as the main person at the scene, he was investigated further and statements were recorded from him.
Okay, after questioning Mr. Mark Angus, what did he inform you?
From that investigation, he stated that he has been working with Suka-Suka Logs Berhad for a period of 4 years, and he works directly under the supervision of the operations manager, Mr. Iwan Jusilin, and he claimed that the logging activity started on 3rd of April 2021 at about 7:30 in the morning. He also mentioned that he kept receiving phone calls from Mr. Iwan Jusilin for an update on the work progress. He knew nothing about the genuineness of the permit and only received it from Mr. Iwan Jusilin a week before the work commenced together with other documents.
Okay, Mr. Ahmad, what the further information did you get based on the investigation?
Based on my investigation, a company known as Suka-Suka Logs Berhad was awarded with a contract worth 1.7 million ringgit to cut down trees at the area gazetted as forest reserve by the state government in 1962.
Okay, Mr. Ahmad, what is the relationship between the accused, Alan Kusuma, and the Suka-Suka Logs Berhad?
From my investigation, the accused, Mr. Alan Kusuma, is the CEO of Suka-Suka Logs Berhad. But Alan Kusuma claimed that he did not commit any offense because he was awarded with a contract worth 1.7 million ringgit by Maju Megah Berhad to cut down trees in the Tangkulak Forest Reserve for a purpose of developing an exclusive chalet to be known as Tangkulak Reserve.
Okay, Mr. Ahmad, what happened then?
I also recorded a statement from the CEO Maju Megah Sdn Bhd, and I found out that the process and procedure to obtain the permit to fell trees was supposed to be fully managed by Suka-Suka Lok Sdn Bhd. However, when further verification was made with the Sabah Forestry Department and Environment Conservation Department, I found out that there was no application ever received by those departments, and the permit claimed to be genuine was in fact a fake one. I have also recorded statements from the CEO of Maju Megah Sdn Bhd.
Okay, Mr. Ahmad, you claim that you investigate the CEO of Maju Megah. Can you tell the court what is the further information did the CEO of Maju Megah Sdn Bhd tells you?
Based on my investigations, the agreement was signed on 3rd of March 2021 to be performed by Suka-Suka Lok Sdn Bhd within 6 months from the signing date. The contract specifically provided that all procedures relating to obtaining permits from the government authorities must be performed by Suka-Suka Lok Sdn Bhd. Maju Megah Sdn Bhd also claimed that they were not aware about the fake permit and denied any association or involvement with the process of obtaining it.
Mr. Ahmad, please, I refer you to the permit that was said to be fake permit.
Yes, please.
Your Honor, I would request for my instructing solicitor to present the permit.
All right.
P1.
Okay, Mr. Ahmad, can you confirm, is this the fake permit that you stated before?
Yes, this is the permit.
Yes, thank you. Okay. Mr. Ahmad, how did you actually know that the permit is fake?
The permit did not contain a serial number, and it did not specify the type of trees that can be felled under that permit.
Okay, upon investigating at the site, what did you find at the scene?
We found a total of 120 felled trees, which accounted for 201 logs. From the 201 logs found, 70 logs were identified as the species of Eusideroxylon zwajeri, or locally known as Belian, and the remaining 31 logs identified from the species of Aquilaria melecensis, or famously known as agarwood.
I refer you to the page 4 of the prosecutor bundle of document.
Yes.
Instructing solicitor, yeah, can you present to the court the page 4 of the prosecutor bundle of document? Okay, Your Honor, this is the seizure notice to verify that there were 120 felled trees, which account to 201 logs consist of both species, Belian and agarwood. Mr. Ahmad, is this document right?
Yes, this is the document.
Yes, thank you. Okay, Mr. Ahmad, what is the further information that you find out in the investigation?
So the process and the procedure to obtain the permit to fell trees was supposed to be fully managed by Suka-Suka Lok Sdn Bhd. However, when the verification was made with the Sabah Forestry Department and the Environment Conservation Department, I found that there was no applications ever received by those departments, and the permit claimed to be genuine was in fact a fake one.
Okay, Mr. Ahmad, from your investigation, what is your finding on the agreement between Suka-Suka Lok Sdn Bhd and the Maju Megah Sdn Bhd?
Based on my investigation, the agreement that that were given to Suka Log was signed on 3rd of March 2021 to be performed by Suka Log Sungai Berhad within 6 months of the signing date. But the contract specifically provided that all procedures relating to obtaining permits from the government authorities must be performed by Suka Log Sungai Berhad. Maju Megah Sungai Berhad, however, claimed that they were not aware about the fake permit and denied any association or involvement with the process of obtaining the permit.
I see. Okay. Please, can I refer you to the page 9 of the bundle of document? Can you show the court the alleged fake permit? I requesting for my instructing solicitor to present page 9 of the bundle of document. Okay. Hello. Is my line is clear?
Yes,
Oh,
we
okay.
can hear you.
Okay, then I will just proceed. Mr. Ahmad, how did you confirm that the illegal logging activity was happening in the Tangkulak Forest Reserve?
I confirm that the illegal logging activities was happening in Tangkulak Forest Reserve by referring to the forestry map provided by the Sabah Forestry Department.
I want to attract the attention of the court to the page of 5 in the bundle of document. Your Honor, as you can see, the blue mark area in the map indicates that the exact location of which the illegal logging activity was conducted, which in the area of Tangkulak Forest Reserve. Your Honor, can I ask for the permission of the court to mark this as an exhibit?
The evidence should come from the witness, counsel.
Yes.
Yes. Anyway, you are requesting for this document to be marked as an exhibit, is it?
Yes.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
All right. Okay. Arnold to be marked as an exhibit.
Before one.
All right.
Sorry, we have been told by the.
Okay. Yeah.
Really?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Time's up.
Okay. Mr. Ahmad, can you confirm with the court the status of Tangkulak Forest Reserve?
So, sorry. Arnold, you were saying something?
The
sorry.
committee said the EIC will be time's up because there's a time limit for each of the parties to submit their cases.
The organizing committee said that it's time up. It's the EIC. All right. Do you want to ask your last question?
Yes, Your Honor, please. Mr. Ahmad, can you confirm with the court the status of Tangkulak Forest Reserve?
Yes, I can confirm that Tangkulak Forest Reserve is a forest reserve specified under the Forest Enactment 1984. The Forestry Department had also issued a letter to confirm the same.
Okay, please, can I refer you to the confirmation letter of status of Tangkulak Forest Reserve? Mr.
Right.
Ahmad, if
I think it's already time's up, counsel. Now we can move on to cross-examination. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, cross-examination.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Much obliged, Your Honor. My name is Alia Anissa for Abiti Correspondent for the defense. We will proceed in cross-examining the second prosecution witness.
Okay.
Mr. Ladidu, how long have you been working with the Sabah Forestry Department?
I've been working with Sabah Forestry Department since 2008.
Thank you. So where were you in the morning of 5 April 2021?
I am in the office. I was in the office.
Okay, please refer to Exhibit P3, the police report. It is stated that on 5 April 2001, there are only 4 officers who went to Tangkulak Forest Reserve in the Telupit district area, which were Richard Lee, Peter Mongin, Awang Ahmad Ibrahim, and Danny Ivan. Do you agree that that is what's stated there?
Yes, I agree.
And based on the police report, I put it to you that you were not at the alleged felling site on 5 April 2021. Do you agree?
Yes.
And since you were not there at the alleged felling site, I put it to you that you did not witness the seizure. Do you agree?
I agree.
Okay, now look at the seizure notice. Again, since you were not there at the alleged felling site, I put it to you that you have no authority to sign the seizure notice. Do you agree?
I disagree.
I put it to you that you are disagreeing for the sake of disagreeing. Do you
Sorry,
agree?
can you repeat the question?
I put it to you that since you were not there at the alleged felling site, you have no authority to sign the seizure notice as a witness. Do you agree?
Yes.
Thank you. So basically, the seizure notice stated there are 120 felled trees, correct?
No, 201 trees. Sorry, yes, 120 trees.
Yes, okay. So now looking at the rakaman gambar di tempat kejadian, do you agree with me that by looking at the pictures, there are nothing written or marked on the logs, correct?
Yes.
Now again, by looking at the pictures, do you agree with me that there are no proper, no paper or plastic attached or tagged on the logs, correct?
Correct.
Again, by looking at the pictures, do you agree with me that there are no marking done on you or your officers, by you or your officers on the logs to number the trees, for example, tree number 1, tree number 2, tree number 3? Do you agree?
Can you repeat the question slowly?
Sorry, again, by looking at the pictures, do you agree with me that there are no marking done by you or your officers on the logs to number the trees? For example, tree number 1, tree number 2, and tree number 3. Do you agree?
Agree.
Yeah. And I put it to you that the photograph standard have not shown with clarity that there are 120 felled trees. Do you agree?
Yes.
And you state that at item number 1 on the seizure notice, that there are 1 excavator of brand Hitachi model EX1203 seized, correct?
Correct.
Now look at the set of photos in the prosecution bundle. Would you agree?
I object, Your Honor.
Yes, what is the objection?
The defense counsel has already discredited the photo as evidence. Therefore, I don't think we can refer back to the photo as it has already discredited. Thank you.
It is not in the evidence, counsel. The photograph, as if there is no photograph in this case, so you don't have to refer the photograph. You understand? Because it is not part of the evidence. It is not an exhibit, so you don't have to proceed with your cross-examination on the photographs.
However,
Thank you.
Your Honor, I wish to reply on that objection.
Yes.
Because we are submitting that the photographs are mandatory evidences when it comes to proving that when it comes to corroborating the prosecution witness's statement. However, we are objecting to the tendering of this document due to the fact that there are no clarity when it comes to the GPS location and the GPS location. However,
I agree, Ms. Alia. It's just that since you have already objected to it and it is not an exhibit, it is not part of the evidence, there is no necessity for you to refer to this document. You can improvise your cross-examination questions. by not referring to the photograph, but by proceeding with the questions.
Okay, much obliged, Your Honor.
All right.
Now, please look again at the seizure notice. You state that in at item number 2 that there are 5 tractors of brand Komatsu seized, correct?
Correct.
And also, you stated that in at item number 3 that there are 5 lorry trailer in brand Mercedes model 911 seized, correct?
Yes.
Please refer to the pengesahan status hutan simpan Tangkulak, which is the Inter-Prosecution bundle. Can you tell the court what is the purpose that you requested information stated in this letter?
I requested this letter to confirm the status of the area which the logging activities were conducted.
All right. So I put it to you that the purpose of you requesting for the information is to ascertain what is the total area of the forest reserve, the Tangkulak Forest Reserve. Agree?
Agree.
And can you tell the court what is the total area of the forest reserved, Tangkulak Forest Reserve?
It's 27.258 hectare.
Yeah, and I put it to you that 27,258 hectares an acre is a huge size of land. Do you agree?
Agree.
Being a huge size of land, would you agree with me that it's generally very important to locate specifically which area or lots within the forest reserve logging operations are being carried out? Agree?
Agree.
So more importantly, in this case, it is crucial to specifically locate the accused logging area within Hutan Simpan Tangkulak. Do you agree?
Can you repeat the question?
More importantly, in this case, it is crucial to specifically locate the accused logging area within the forest reserve. Do you agree?
Yes.
So I put it to you that based on the alleged forged permit of Exhibit P1, the accused logging area are lots 95578, 95579, 95580, 95581, and 95582. Agree?
Agree.
I put it to you that the accused logging area is 1,300 square kilometers. Agree?
Yes, correct.
Did you check with the Jabatan Hutan on the status of the state lots?
Yes.
Did you check with the Jabatan Hutan on the status of the state lots?
You mean the lot 95578,
Yes.
95578?
Yes. Did you?
No.
Do you agree with me that the status of the state lots are not included in the prosecution bundle documents today?
Sorry?
Do you agree with me that the status of the state lots are not included in the prosecution bundle of documents today?
Yes.
And I put it to you that it is your responsibility to ascertain the status of the lots mentioned in the alleged forged permit. Do you agree?
I'm not aware.
Here I'm putting to you that this is your responsibility to ascertain the status of the lots, considering you are the investigating officer. Do you agree?
Can you rephrase the question?
I put it to you that it is your responsibility to ascertain the status of the lots mentioned in the alleged forged permit. Do you agree?
Yes.
Now, please refer to the Peta Kawasan, Exhibit P3. Apart from the shaded area in blue, would you agree with me that the map do not contain the exact GPS location of the alleged illegal felling site?
Yes.
And would you also agree with me that the map also do not show that the shaded area doesn't mention the state lots?
Yes.
And I put it to you, as the investigating officer, it is your duty to investigate the exact GPS location on the actual logging area where the raid was conducted. Do you agree?
I agree.
Since there are no GPS locations stated in the map, the photographs, and the seizure notice, do you agree that the prosecution could have actually been taken at some other place within or outside Tangkulak Forest Reserve?
No.
I put it to you that you are disagreeing for the sake of disagreeing. Can I? Because
Sorry?
I put it to you that you are disagreeing for the sake of disagreeing. Should I repeat the question?
Yes, repeat the question, please.
Since there are no GPS locations stated in the map, the photographs, and the seizure notice, do you agree that the pictures could have actually been taken at some other place within or outside Tangkulak Forest Reserve?
No, I don't agree because there are 4 workers of Suka Lok that were arrested at the location.
I put it to you that the documents are not being tendered. So I put it to you that it's not true. As no GPS location is stated, I put it to you that the photographs also did not show with clarity that the trees were felled in Mr. Alan Kusuma's logging area. Would you agree?
Are you still mentioning about the photographs?
I'll withdraw that question. Likewise, since did you refer the log seized to an expert for determination of their species?
No.
So I put it to you that you did not refer the log seized to an expert for determination of their species. Agree?
I agree.
Moving on, the alleged forged permit. Please look at the bottom left of the permit. Can you please state the name of the officer who signed the permit on behalf of the Chief Conservator of Sabah Forest?
Eunice Marlis.
So can you confirm before the court that the signature is forged?
I'm not an expert in signature.
Thank you. So Richard Lee stated in his police report that setelah diperiksa, permit tersebut adalah dokumen palsu dan tiada kebenaran diberikan. Did you ask Richard on how did he check that the permit was forged?
Yes.
I put it to you. How did Richard, did he check the permit that was forged?
Well, usually when a permit was registered and verified and accepted, it will contain a serial number and it will specify the type of trees that can be felled. So the permit that was given to Richard Lee, this alleged permit did not contain the serial number and the type of trees that can be felled.
I put it to you that that is not true. It is not a requirement under the Forest Enactment or the Forest Rules 1969 to have a serial number on the permit. I put it to you that your statement is not true. Do you agree? As the investigating officer, did you contact Eunice Marlis to see whether she confirms that her signature on the permit was forged?
Excuse me, Ms. Alia. The witness hasn't answered your question just now. You put question just now.
Yeah, sorry. I put it to you that your statement is not true because it is not a requirement for under the Sabah Forest Enactment 1968 or the Forest Rules 1969 to have a serial number on the permit. So I put it to you that your statement is not true. Do you agree?
No.
I put it to you that you are disagreeing for the sake of disagreeing. Okay. Okay. So as the investigating officer, did you contact Eunice Marlis to see whether she confirms that her signature on the permit was forged?
No.
And is the prosecution calling Eunice Marlis as a witness to testify whether the signature on the said permit is forged? It's a yes or no question.
Sorry?
Is the prosecution calling Eunice Marlis as a witness to testify whether the signature on the said permit is forged?
No.
Okay. Would you agree with me that Mr. Bonaventure Sipaun was a forestry officer working at the Teluk Forestry Office?
Sorry?
Would you agree with me that Mr. Bonaventure Sipaun was a forestry officer working at the Teluk Forestry Office?
Yes.
And I put it to you that the accused operation manager, Mr. Iwan Juslin, had met in person with Mr. Bonaventure Sipaun on 17 March 2001 at his office for the purpose of asking him to verify the permit. Are you aware?
I'm not aware.
I put it to you that during the state meeting on 17 March 2021, Mr. Bonaventure had shown Mr. Iwan Jocelyn that the permit was entered into the register of approved permit. Are you aware?
No.
I put it to you that a week later, Suka-Suka Lok Sdn Bhd had identified their respective licensed area by appropriate marking to determine the limit of the permitted logging areas, which was also verified by Mr. Bonaventure Sipaun. Agree?
No.
Okay, I put it to you that it is standard in our evidence. I put it to you that having received, do you agree on the evidence?
I don't know. I'm sorry.
It's okay. I put it to you that having received representation from Mr. Bonaventure that the permit is valid and the accused had no reason to doubt at all the process of issuing the permit was regularly performed.
No.
Last question. Are you bringing the items and seized in court today?
The item seized?
Yeah.
No,
Are you bringing it? And would you agree with me that if the items are not brought to court, then photographs of the seized items have to be
Objection.
produced? I would like to answer. Can you clarify what is the objection?
Yeah, do you want us to bring 120 logs to court?
Yeah, that is why we are trying to say, would you agree with me that if items are not brought to court, then photographs of the seized items have to be produced? And we are saying that yes, under Section 98, it is a tried law that seized items should be brought in court. It is tried law. So as you fail to tender the photographs, would you agree with me that you have no way to support your seizure notice? Do you agree?
No, I'm not.
I put it to you that you are disagreeing for the sake of disagreeing. Since you failed to tender the photographs, would you agree with me that you have no way to support the seizure notice?
No.
All right. So if I can be no further assistance to this court, that is all for the cross-examination.
All right. Re-examination, if any.
Yes, there are. Your Honor, okay, I would like to ask prosecution witness too. Okay, Mr. Ahmad, do you agree that Mr. Bonaventure does not involve in verifying the authenticity of the permit?
Sorry, you repeat again your question.
Mr. Ahmad, do you agree that Mr. Bonaventure is not involved in verifying whether the permit was legit or not?
Objection.
Officer? Yeah, sorry, yes, objection. What is your objection?
Since the witness has already stated that he did not knew about the meeting of Mr. Bonaventure and also Mr. Iwan Jocelyn. This it is not relevant to the trial here.
It is relevant to be clarified. The evidence should be clarified. It's just that the method in asking questions during re-examination, you should not lead the witness. You should not ask, do you agree or disagree? Because this is re-examination. So,
okay.
All right, you refresh your question. All right, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Ahmad, can you confirm that can you tell the court, how did you confirm the permit was fake?
Once again, I confirm that the permit was fake because it did not contain any serial number on it, and it did not specify the type of trees that can be felled under the permit.
Okay, is there any involvement of verifying that the sign in the permit was actual one?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Is there apart from the two-factor of you verifying the legit of the permit, did the signature included in the permit involve on your way to determine whether the permit is fake or not?
Actually, the other factor that can, I think, that may confirm that the permit was fake is because when it was checked in the forestry department in the registration, so the permit was never being applied there, and it's not in the system, their system.
Okay, Mr. Ahmad, are you at the scene when the are you at the scene as you are the one that as the witness to verify the notice of the seizure?
I'm sorry?
Are you at the crime scene because you are the one that verifying as the witness for the notice of seizure?
Yes, I saw when things were seized, but I'm not at the scene. I wasn't at the scene.
Mr. Ahmad, you were asking for a confirmation letter for the status of the Tangkulap Forest Reserve. Do you asking it to be conciled together with the map provided by the Sabah Forestry Reserve that it was actually happening in the Tangkulap Forest Reserve?
Yes, the map that were provided by the forestry department has been marked as blue, where it indicates the location where the illegal logging was conducted.
Okay, Mr. Ahmad, thank you, and thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. All right. That's the only, you only have two witnesses for the prosecution, isn't it?
Yes.
All right, so are you closing your case, your prosecution case now? Who is the lead counsel, lead prosecuting officer? Are you closing your case, prosecution case?
If it's allowed by court, I would like to ask the second witness a few more questions for the re-examination.
But
So if it's not okay, that's fine. In that case,
what is the rule? Are you allowed to re-examine? What is the rule? Sorry.
You can.
All right.
I'm sorry. We are closing the case after the defense witness statement.
Sorry. Come again.
We wish to close the case after the defense witness statement. Is it fine?
No. This is a criminal case. You should close your case at this stage, unless you are calling any other witnesses. But from the material, you only have two witnesses, right? So I believe you have to close your case, prosecution case, right?
Yeah. Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the witnesses as well.
Right. Okay. So for the sake of this mock competition, I assume that you have already submitted. After you close your prosecution case, both parties you have to prepare your submissions and then submit your submission. This is that for the sake of this mock competition, I assume that the submissions has already been done. All right, can you assume that? Okay. So the decision is this: having considered the evidence of the prosecution's witnesses, exhibits standard in court, submissions by both parties, assuming that there are submissions, the court is satisfied that the prosecution has proved a prima facie case against the accused on the charge preferred against him. The accused is hereby ordered to enter his defense. All right, so now we move on to defense stage. Okay, the court interpreter will take over now.
So, Mr. Alan Kasumo.
Present.
Can I give him the 3 options?
Yeah.
So I will tell you the 3 options for you to give your evidence for defense. The first one is you have to give evidence on oath and in the witness dock, and the prosecution can cross-examine you. And then the second one is, the second option, you can give your evidence in the accused dock without taking oath, and the prosecution cannot cross-examine you, but the evidence which you give will be less weight. And the third one is you keep silent, remain silent. So, Mr. Alan Kasumo, which option do you prefer?
The first option, please.
The first option. Okay.
All right. Okay.
Okay.
Defense, you may start by calling the accused. Arnold, take over.
Okay, Mr. Alan Kasumo, please raise your right hand. So, I, your full name,
Alan Kusuma,
do solemnly and sincerely affirm that all the evidence which I shall give in this case
shall
be the truth,
the
whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
Okay, you can put down your hand now.
Thank you.
Once again, can you introduce your name?
My name is Alan Kusuma.
Your IC number?
My IC number is 700120125753.
So your present occupation?
I am currently working as the CEO of Suka Suka Locks in Berhad.
Oh, sorry. Your age now? Sorry.
I am full age of 50 years old this year.
Okay. And your residential address?
My residential address is at apartment Murni, Kota Kinabalu, Sabah.
Your Honor, if I may ask, the defense team were asked to prepare an opening statement. So whether the Honor would like me to read it.
All right, okay.
In the court today?
Yeah, proceed.
All right.
Proceed before you examine the witness.
All right. So, may it please this honorable court, my name is Fitria, acting on behalf of the accused, Mr. Alan Kusuma, together with my learned friend, Ms. Alia Anissa. This action is brought by the public prosecutor on behalf of the Forest Department of Sabah pertaining to a charge under Section 20, Subsection 2 of the Forest Enactment 1968. So, moving on to my first point, which is the accused. The accused is Alan Kusuma, a Malaysian national who is the chief prosecutor, chief executive officer of a company called Suka Suka Locks Nian Berhad. The accused pleads not guilty to the charge made against him. Moving on to the point of burden of proof, under Section 173M of the CPC, the prosecution's burden is to prove the following elements to the charge beyond reasonable doubt. First, that there were 120 felled trees. Second, that there was no express authority to fell those trees. Third, that the felled trees were from a forest reserve and not elsewhere. Fourth, that the act was committed by the accused and or his agents. And lastly, that there is common intention under Section 34 of CPC. The burden of proof of the guilt of the accused beyond reasonable doubt is on the prosecution throughout the trial, and it never shifts to the accused person because there is no burden on the accused person to prove his innocence beyond reasonable doubt. So as for the defense case, the defense will call two witnesses, namely, first, the accused, Mr. Alan Kusuma, and second, Mr. Ewan Jusilin, who is the operations manager of Suka Suka Lok Sdn Bhd. The defense will show that there are reasonable doubts in the prosecution case by adducing oral and documentary evidence found in the defendant's bundle of documents. The defense will say, among other things, that there is no conclusive proof that the offense was done by the accused and or his agents, and or the items in the season notice were seized from the accused logging operations area in the Tangkulak Forest Reserve. For this purpose, the defense will bring the court's attention to the overwhelming number of inconsistencies contained in the prosecution's bundle of documents. Further, the defense will highlight the absence of essential prosecution's evidence required for the purpose of successful prosecution under Section 20, Section 2 of the Forest Enactment 1968. On the issue of the alleged forged permit, the defense will say that the permit was verified by the Telupit Forestry Office and that the said permit was stated in the register of approved permit through the representation made by Mr. Bonaventure Sipaun, who was a Telupit District Forestry Officer. Moreover, the defense will also say that the limit of the permitted logging areas was also identified, marked, and subsequently verified by Mr. Bonaventure Sipaun. Having regard to the facts and circumstances throughout the issuance of the permit and the verifications made by the Telupit district's own forestry officers, this court has a discretion to presume that their official acts have been regularly performed. In the premises, the accused herein has a legitimate expectation that his right under the permit is lawful and exercisable. If there are no further assistance, that is all for my opening statement. Much obliged, Your Honor.
Thank you, Counsel. You may proceed with examination in chief of the accused.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I beg to object on their opening statement.
Okay, what is the grounds of objection?
Okay, under their opening statement, they are putting a burden of proof for the common intention. They are referring for Section 34 in the Criminal Procedure Code, which is actually should be a penal code. I think it's two different statutes, right? And the common intention is under the penal code, not Criminal Procedure Code.
Okay, Ms. Defense Counsel, do you have any reply? Do you wish to reply?
Your Honor, I pray that Section 34 of CPC applies to all.
Okay. Do you understand the objection? Do you want to repeat? Do you want to repeat your objection, Ms. Angeli?
Yes, please. Okay, the defendants has you trying to address the common intention under Section 34, the criminal at the penal code. However, in the opening witness statement, they are referring to Section 34 Criminal Procedure Code, which is the common intention should be at the Section 34 Penal Code, not Criminal Procedure Code. They are referring at the different statute.
All right, so you have correctly highlighted the mistake. It should be under Section 34 should be under the Penal Code and not Criminal Procedure Code. As to whether there is a merits on that argument, I leave it to parties to submit on this issue at the end of the trial. Is that okay? So that we can move on with the examination. You take note of the objection or all these issues and put it in your submissions at the end of the trial, i.e. especially on the burden of proof. Can we agree on this? All right. Okay, proceed with your examination on the accused.
Okay. Much obliged, Your Honor. The defense will proceed by calling our first witness, the accused himself, Mr. Occupation. Oh my God. Mr. Allen,
Yes.
can you please state
Sorry, may you repeat the question? Because you were breaking.
Okay. Mr. Allen, can you please state to the court your name, IC number, and your occupation?
We can skip this question. We have already asked that.
Oh, much obliged, Your Honor. So, Mr. Allen, did you prepare a witness statement for the purpose of today's trial?
Yes.
Did you understand that your witness statement will be used as evidence in this case?
Yes.
Can you read your witness statement to the court today?
Yes.
Your Honor, the defense had prepared a witness statement for the purpose of today's trial, and we would like to ask for the court's permission to proceed with the examination in chief.
Right, proceed.
Mr. Allen, regarding your company, Suka-Suka Lok Sdn Bhd, can you enlighten the court about the nature of its business?
My company is involved in logging activities. My general workers, the lumberjacks and the loggers, will be felling the identified trees, sharing off the tree limbs, cutting those trees into desired lengths before transporting them to the company's sawmill.
Can you tell the court about what happened on 5th April 2021 at Tangkulak Forest Reserve?
Sure. On the morning of 5th of April 2021, my workers were stopped from their work by the Telupet forestry officers at Tangkulak Forest Reserve area. The site supervisor, Mr. Mark Angus, was asked by Telupet forestry officers to furnish the work permit for such activities. It has always been the policy of my company to let the site supervisor to carry a photocopy permit. The original copy is kept at our Kota Kinabalu's office. I was shocked to hear from my operations manager, Mr. Awan Jusili, who contacted me later in the day that the allegation of fake permit made by the Telupet forestry officer.
What is the purpose of the logging activity done by your company in the
All right, so my company was awarded a contract worth of 1.7 million ringgit Malaysia by Maju Megah Sdn Bhd to cut down those trees in that area on 3rd March of 2021. I know that the site is within Tangkulak Forest Reserve area. However, I was assured by CEO of Maju Megah Sdn Bhd, Dato' Ahmad Zamani himself, that special permission has been given to Maju Megah Sdn Bhd to develop exclusive chalets to be known as Tangkulak Resort in the said forest reserve area. The development of Tangkulak Resort will undoubtedly bring socio-economic benefits to the locals.
Can you tell the court about what was agreed upon by your company and Maju Megah Sdn Bhd in the contract?
The forest clearing for the purpose of erecting Tangkulak Resort was to be performed by my company, Suka-Suka Lok Sdn Bhd, within 6 months from the signing date. The terms of the contract has required Suka-Suka Lok Sdn Bhd to fell trees and do forest clearing at an area of approximately 1,222 square kilometers. The terms in the contract specifically provided that all procedures relating to obtaining permits from the government authorities are to be done by Suka-Suka Lok Sdn Bhd.
Can you explain to the court how you obtained the permit?
Sure. I had obtained a permit to enable my company to perform the forest clearing at the said area on 16th of March 2021 through Datuk Kong Kali Kong, the chairman of Kinabalu Lumber Berhad. We have mutually agreed that Suka-Suka Laksana Berhad is to pay 10% of our company's profit to Kinabalu Lumber Berhad in return for the permit.
How good is your relationship with Datuk Kong Kali Kong so as to entrust him with obtaining the permit?
Since we have been good friends since we were in primary school, it has never occurred to my mind that Datuk Kong Kali Kong will double-cross me. I honestly believe that the permit is valid and it was further verified by the Telupet District Forestry Office.
You mentioned that the permit had been verified. Can you please tell the court who had obtained the verification?
Sure. I had asked my operations manager, Mr. Ewan Jusiling, to verify the permit with the Telupet Forestry Office immediately after obtaining the permit from Datuk Kong Kali Kong, despite his assurance that his staff had done the necessary filing with the Telupet Forestry Office.
Did Mr. Ewan Jusiling explain to you how the verification process was done?
He did. Mr. Ewan Jusilin had reported to me a few days later that he had met in person with Telupet District Forestry Officer, Mr. Bonaventure Sipao, on 17th of March 2021 at his office. The operations manager was informed that the application was made by Suka-Suka Laksana Berhad was to clear the said area and had been approved on 15th March 2021. He had even noted that the approval for Suka-Suka Laksana Berhad was already entered in the register of approved permit.
What significance does the permit bring to your company?
With this permit, my company had fulfilled our contractual obligations stipulated in the contract between Suka-Suka Laksana Berhad and Maju Megah Sdn Bhd. That it was my company's duty to obtain permits from the government authorities. We were all set to perform our other contractual obligations, such as the clearing of forest area once the trees are identified and verified by the Telupet Forestry Office. The operations manager, Mr. Ewan Jusilin, is entrusted to make necessary plans to successfully carry out our contractual obligations to fell the trees in the said area.
Who has the responsibility to conduct the environmental impact assessment?
The duty to conduct environmental impact assessment has lies within Maju Megah Sdn Bhd, as it is the company that will be developing the exclusive resort. The felled trees were not removed out of the said area, as Maju Megah Sdn Bhd will be using those trees to erect its exclusive chalets.
Do you have anything to add in regards to the permit?
We have actually identified our respective license area by appropriate marking to determine the limit of the permitted logging areas, which was later verified by the Telupet District Forestry Officer, Mr. Bonaventure Sipao himself. Hence, in my opinion, I truly believe that the validity of the permit to fell those trees in the said area and all logging activities has been done under close supervision from the state authorities. My company has been upholding ethics and adheres to the rules and regulations. Thus, I hereby deny all the charges that have been made against me.
Mr. Allen, do you want to make any amendments to your witness statement?
No.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. Your Honor, the defense has already filed our own bundle of documents which contain the permit in question. However, the prosecution has also filed the said permit in their bundle of documents. I would like to rely on the said permit that is exhibited from the prosecution's bundle of documents.
All right, noted on that.
Your Honor, I pray for this witness statement to be marked as an exhibit.
Any objection from the prosecution?
No.
All right.
Marcus, so
If there are no further assistance to the court, that is all for the examination in chief, and I will leave Mr. Allen for the cross-examination with the prosecution.
All right. Witness
Much
statement.
obliged, Your Honor.
Witness statement. Prima.
as DWS1.
Okay, DWS1. All right. Okay, cross-examination. Proceed.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. Please the court. Hello, Mr. Alan Kusuma. How are you feeling today?
Good and not feeling guilty.
So we have a cynical man over here. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Alan Kusuma. Okay. Well, Mr. Alan, if you don't mind me asking, just to clarify, yeah. How long have you been working? Are you the owner of Suka Suka Lock?
I am the CEO of Suka Suka Locks in Berhad, and it has been incorporated for quite a long time.
All right. So would you say that you have a lot of experience when it comes to getting permits from such departments, such as the forestry department, as the case is going on now?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And just to clarify, have you actually seen or checked this permit personally?
I did not. However, I did ask my operation manager to verify the permit with the Lupit District Forestry Office.
Okay, so again, you did not check this said permit, yeah? So this is all based on your trust to your supposed officer, okay? Okay, and are you aware that most permits do actually contain a serial number as well as the specified trees to be logged?
I do know that the permit needs to have the serial number. However, I don't think it is my fault that the serial number is not there, as it has been verified by the District Forestry Office. Thus, I think it's the District Forestry Office liable to verify it correctly whether the serial number is not or is there or not.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Allen. And you did say that you think it's the sorry, you said that yes, it does normally contain a serial number, correct? Yes or no?
Pardon again the question.
Does the permit, I mean, I'm just asking you to clarify, yes or no, permit do normally contain serial number as well as the specified trees?
Oh, sorry, I misheard your question. I think I would reform my answer. I don't think that there should be serial number on the permit given.
I'm not asking you whether you think they should or should not be. I'm saying based on your experience as a CEO of a logging company, and as you said, you have been there for a very long time. Do you think, not do you think, is there or is there not normally a serial number as well as the specified trees to be logged in the said permit?
No.
No. So you take back whatever you said just now, yeah?
Yep.
Okay. And Mr. Alan, were you always the CEO or did you climb from the ranks?
Sorry, again?
Were you always the CEO of this company?
Yes.
Okay. So as the CEO and as a person who never really touched the permit, you don't really have much authority to say that a permit should or should that a permit has or has not the serial number. Do you agree with me?
No, because based on our previous conducts, I did examine the permit by myself, but this time around, I did not because I fully entrusted it to my operation manager.
Okay, and who is this operation manager that you speak of?
Mr. Ewan Jusili.
All right, and Mr. Ewan Jocelyn will be speaking later today, am I correct?
Right.
Okay. Okay, have you actually been to the scene of the crime, Mr. Allen?
I did not because I did not entertain my work with those at the site visit, and I left at Mark Angus supervision.
Okay. And so I think it's fair enough to say that you do not know whether everything you said earlier in the main examination is true or false. For example, you did mention to Defense Counsel Vitria that your company normally does these markings, etc., and carries out everything ethically and environmentally safe, etc. Is that so? Based on the fact that you have actually never been to the scene, you cannot confirm that for a fact. Is that true?
Indeed. However, I did do daily contacts with my operation
I
manager.
asked you if it's true, no?
It is true.
It is true, yeah. Okay. So with that being said, I think the court can disregard everything. I mean, in regards of the procedures that Mr. Allen supposedly thinks his staff carries out at the scene. Okay. Moving on. Okay, with that being said, you said that this one Mr. Datuk Ali Kong is the one who sourced the permit for you. Is that true?
Yeah.
Okay. And who is Datuk Ali Kong to you, if you don't mind re-clarifying to the court?
Datuk Kong Kali Kong is a good friend of mine since in primary school, and he is also a person in the same business niche of business with me, which is logging industry.
Okay, and does he have any reason to betray you?
As far as I'm concerned, he does not have, because we've been good friends, as I've mentioned before.
Okay, and is he or is he not making money out of your deal?
Sorry, again?
Is he or is he not making money out of your deal?
He did make money for the 10% payment from my company's profit.
All right. So is it safe to infer that Datuk Ali Kong has no reason whatsoever to betray you?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Allen. Just to clarify again, this Datuk Ali Kong, are you aware if he has any prior felony charges?
Sorry, prior to
Sorry, whether or not this Datuk Ali Kong should be trusted or not?
Datuk Kong Kali Kong should be trusted, as we've been good friends for a long time.
No, the question was, does he have any prior felony charges? Are you aware if he has any prior felony charges?
No.
Okay. Okay, how about this Mr. Iwan Juslin? Do you trust him?
Of course, he is my operations manager. I have full trust over him.
Okay, do you believe that he actually had gone to the Telupit Forestry Office and verified the permit as you had instructed him to?
Yes, I believe.
And who did he go to in the Telupit Forestry Office to verify this?
Mr. Bonaventure Sipao.
All right, and Mr. Bonaventure unfortunately passed away, so he will not be able to verify. But did Mr. Iwan Jocelyn ever think about consulting, or at least under your instruction, did you ever instruct him to consult with other officers, considering the number of officers that are not aware, such as my two witnesses earlier, Mr. Richard as well as Mr. Aman?
During our past conducts, we have been dealing personally directly with Mr. Bonaventure Sipao. Hence, that is the reason why I believe my operation manager went to the district office and deal with Mr. Bonaventure Sipao instead of the other forestry district officer.
Okay, and do you have any proof of your previous dealings with Mr. Bonaventure?
These are all just based on my experience of being in this logging business since
No, yes?
2017. No.
Okay. All right, and does Mr. Iwan have any prior experience with getting permits?
No.
He does not. As your operating manager, he does not have any experience with receiving permits?
Sorry, he did. Sorry.
He did.
All right.
Okay, and as the operating manager and a person who is well versed in terms of permit application, did you not find it suspicious when the permit that he got did not contain the serial number and he never really mentioned it?
I don't think it's suspicious because I have full trust over my operation manager.
So you're saying that it's actually your responsibility and that you actually did not check whether or not this permit had or had not a said serial number?
Objection.
Yes.
According to the forest enactment and also the forest rules, there is no requirement for serial numbers to be on the permit. So it is our previous conduct, and it's a company policy according to that. We should.
Okay. Thank you very much, Defense Alia. As was clarified earlier with my two witnesses, it is common procedure to have a serial number and the specified trees to be logged and felled. Although it is not stated in the law, it is common procedure as any jabatan will have. I think you can assume even this case that we have here today has a serial number. So I think it's safe to assume, and it has been proven with the testimonies from my previous witnesses, that there is, in fact, serial number to all permits that are issued by the Forestry Department.
Are you clarifying, explaining, or you are asking questions?
I am clarifying to
All right.
defense counsel
This
Alia.
issue you can put it in your submission at the end of the trial. You
All
can
right.
ask this witness whether he agree or disagree.
Okay, thank you very much, Your Honor. Okay, okay, Mr. Allen, do you agree that are you aware that the logging was carried out in the forest reserve?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and have you ever done any sort of business like this? I mean, like logging in such forest reserves?
Yes.
Okay, so for you, it's a normal thing to just cut trees in forest reserves, is it?
Yes, with compliance of the procedures required, such as obtaining the permit.
Okay, thank you. Also, are you also aware that the forest reserve in mentioned here is actually a class 1 forest reserve, and thus actually needs approval from the ministry and not just the forestry office?
No, I'm not.
So although you were responsible to handle this contract, you did not check and see if whether or not the types of forest reserve and the class of forest reserve. Is that true? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Allen. Okay. Just coming to the people who were at the scene, right? Mark Agnes, is he your employee?
Yes, he is my supervisor.
Okay. And is he here today?
No, he's not.
So the defense counsel did not bring the one person from Suka Suka Log who was, I mean, not the one, but the one with most authority to the court today. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. Do you confirm, sorry, if we may refer to the notice of seizure to which Mr. Agnes signed, our instructing solicitor? Could you share the notice of seizure?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. The name below there is Mark Agnes. Do you confirm?
Yes.
Okay. And is that his signature? Do you know?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So basically everything that the forestry department did seize was confirmed by your employee. Do you agree?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. And do you trust this employee, Mark Agnes?
Well, yes, I do.
Okay. So is it fair? Is it safe to say that Suka Suka Log endorses this seizure notice?
Sorry, what was the question again?
Is it safe to say that you and Suka Suka Log endorses this notice of seizure? Do you confirm that this notice of seizure is true? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. So so there was actually no need for the defense counsel to clarify based on the pictures and everything, right? So you agree that this notice of seizure is true, right?
I do, however, it's within Mark Agnes job. I do, however, it's Mark Agnes' job scope to identify whether all of these details are true or not. It's not under me specifically.
Is he the site supervisor? Yes or no?
Yes, it is.
Should he be aware of everything on the site supervisor? Yes or no?
Sorry, what was the question again? You were breaking. What was the question again?
Sorry, as the site supervisor, is it not his duty to be aware of everything on the site?
I couldn't catch it again. Mind to repeat it slowly.
Okay. As Mark Agnes is the site supervisor, shouldn't that mean he should know everything on the site? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Just few more questions before I let you go, Mr. Allen. Okay. Do you believe that the Telupit forestry officers, quite a number of Telupit forestry officers are all wrong in your defense today, and in that only this one, Mr. Bonaventure, is the true and only true one?
No.
No. So you think that my forestry officers also have some truth? Do you also believe that my the forestry officers from Telupit Forestry Reserve are also true?
Sorry, what was the question again?
Do you believe that the forestry officers are speaking the truth in
Which
the witness statement earlier? Mr. Richard and Mr. Ahmad.
I cannot confirm that.
Okay. All right. Just to clarify also, did you instruct, are you aware that on the 3rd and 4th of April, it was actually the weekend?
Hold on a second. Yes.
Okay. And did you instruct your workers to work on the said weekend?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Are you aware that the Telupit forestry officers do not do rounds or do spot checks on these weekends?
Yes.
You are aware that they do not do their rounds, as well as you instructed your workers to specifically log on that said day. Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Allen. Okay, just to close it up, do you agree?
Sorry, Mr. Allen haven't answered your question just now.
Oh, okay. All right, Mr. Allen, do you have an answer to my question?
Sorry, can you please repeat the question?
Okay, the question is, you are, I mean, this is not actually a question. You know what, I'll drop the question. It's actually, I'm just clarifying to the court. Mr. Allen did already say that he did know that the forestry reserve officers do not conduct rounds or inspections during the weekends, and he also clarified that he did instruct his workers to do the work and the felling of trees during that said weekend. Okay, this is just a clarification to the court. All right, and just to close it up, do you agree that there is no excuse to believe that the work permit is valid? And yeah, sorry, do you agree that there is no excuse to believe that the work permit is valid?
I do believe that the permit is valid.
You do believe that the permit is valid. Is there a reason you believe the permit is valid?
Well, because I obtained it through Dato' Kong Kali Kong, which is a good friend of mine, and in return for the payment of 10% of my company's profit.
Okay. And is that your only reason for believing?
I also believe that it is a valid permit because it has been verified by Mr. Bonaventure Sipao, which has made my operation manager in the verification to verify the permit at this Telupit District Forestry Office.
Okay. But just to clarify again, you did not see this permit, nor were you attending in any of these meetings between Mr. Iwan Jocelyn and Mr. Bonaventure. Is that true?
Yeah.
So you do not actually know if these meetings ever happened. Is that true?
I don't, but I have my full trust over my operation manager.
Okay, that'll be all for my cross-examination. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Re-examination.
Much obliged, Your Honor. So, Mr. Allen, can you clarify again who is Mark Angus?
He is my site supervisor.
So can you clarify to the court what is his responsibility?
To overview the working that is done at this site.
So can you clarify that he is rightfully has no knowledge of ownership of the vehicles on the site, correct?
Yes.
So do you know and can you clarify if the other workers are your workers?
No.
So can you explain to the court that did you instruct Mark Angus to sign the season notice?
No, I did not.
So just for the last clarification, can you clarify that it is mandatory for the permit to have a serial number?
May I object to the earlier question?
All right. Grounds?
On grounds that I feel like the defense is leading Mr. Allen, because initially during my cross-examination, he mentioned that it is his workers and that he instructed the workers to work on the weekend. And now he's saying that it is not his workers, or it might not be his workers. So yeah, can you just clarify on that? Thank you.
Much obliged, Your Honor. I might say that my witness might be confused for the answer that he answered to during the cross-examination. So it is relevant for me to ask for the clarification during the re-examination.
Well, during re-examination, you can always clarify. During cross-examination, you testified that this. Can you explain why you said this? That's how you re-examine.
All right.
All right. Can you refresh your questions? Thank you for the objection, but I will allow the counsel to re-examine, refresh the questions.
All right, Mr. Allen, you said that your workers, during the cross-examination, your workers are present at the site during the raid. So can you explain? Do you know that if the other workers are your workers?
My workers that I was referring to was the one who got arrested by the forestry officers. However, I cannot confirm that the other workers who are present at the site was also my workers. I was only referring to the workers that was arrested by the officers.
All right. So as for the last clarification, can you, the prosecution had asked for insist in asking about the serial number on the permit. So it is mandatory. Is it mandatory for all permit to have a serial number? Can you clarify on that?
No.
All right. I think there is no further assistance. If there is no further assistance to the court, that is all for the re-examination.
All right. Thank you, counsel. Can you proceed to the second witness? Defend second witness. We all good? You need 5 minutes break, or can we proceed?
We can proceed.
All right. Okay, proceed. Counsel Alia.
If it pleases this court, I am Alia Anissa Binti Karismasna, representing the accused, Mr. Allen Kusuma. So we will proceed in calling the second defense witness, Mr. Iwan Jocelyn, for examination in chief.
Iwan Jocelyn?
All right. Arnold, take over.
Iwan Jocelyn, are you here?
Yes.
Okay. Please raise your right hand. Okay. I. Your full name.
Iwan Jocelyn.
Do solemnly.
Do solemnly.
And sincerely affirm.
And sincerely affirm.
That all the evidence.
That all the evidence.
Which I shall give.
Which I shall give.
In this case.
In this case.
Shall be the truth.
Shall be the truth.
The whole truth.
The whole truth.
And nothing but the truth.
And nothing but the truth.
You can put down your hand now. Once again, your name, please.
My name is Iwan Jocelyn.
Your IC number?
My IC number is 720-125-125963.
And your age now?
I am 49 years old.
And currently your occupation
I am presently the operations manager of Suka-Suka Lok Sendirian Berhad,
and your residential address?
Taman Permai, Kota Kinabalu, Sabah.
Then, so Mr. Get your name again. Yvonne, is it?
Yes.
You have to wait for the questions to be asked fully, and then you have to answer it slowly because your evidence will be recorded.
All right.
All right, counsel, proceed.
All right. Mr. Iwan, did you prepare a witness statement for the purpose of this trial?
I did.
And do you understand that your witness statement will be used in this case as evidence?
Yes, I understand.
And can you read the witness statement?
Yes.
Your Honor, for the purpose of today's trial, the defense has prepared a witness statement. With the court's permission, the defense would like to ask the witness to read the witness statement.
Very well. Proceed.
Can you briefly tell us the nature of your company's business, Mr. Iwan?
My company is involved in logging activities. The general workers, who are the lumberjacks and also the loggers, will fell the identified trees, shear off tree limbs, and also cut the trees into desired lengths and transport them to the company's sawmill.
What happened on the morning of 5 April 2021?
On the morning of 5 April 2021, the workers were stopped from doing their work by the Telupit forestry officers, and the site supervisor, Mr. Mark Angus, was asked by the Telupit forestry officers to furnish the work permit for such activities. It is always a policy for the company to let the site supervisor carry a photocopied permit. The original copy is kept at our Kota Kinabalu's office, and later in the day, the site supervisor informed me of the forged permit allegation made by the Telupit Forestry Office. I immediately informed Mr. Alan Kusuma, the CEO of Suka-Suka Lok, about the allegation, which he denied profusely.
Can you explain in detail the reason for the logging activity done by your company in the Tangkulak Forest Reserve area?
Initially, I was informed by Mr. Alan Kusuma on 28 February 2021 that the company will be awarded with a contract worth 1,700,000 ringgit by Maju Megah Sendirian Berhad to cut down trees in Tangkulak Forest Reserve. So the forest clearing needs to be done to enable Maju Megah Sendirian Berhad to develop and construct an exclusive Tangkulak resort.
When was the contract signed and what was agreed upon?
The contract between Maju Megah and Suka-Suka Lok was signed on the 3rd of March 2021. The forest clearing of an area of approximately 1,222 square kilometers was to be performed by Suka-Suka Lok Sendirian Berhad within 6 months from the signing date. The terms in the contract also specifically provided that all procedures relating to obtaining the permits from the government authorities must be performed by Suka-Suka Lok Sendirian Berhad.
Can you walk me through the conversation you had with Mr. Alan Kusuma over the phone on the evening of 16 March 2021?
Mr. Alan Kusuma had contacted me over the phone on the evening of 16 March 2021 to excitedly inform me that Datuk Kong Kali Kong, the chairman of Kinabalu Lumber Berhad, had successfully arranged for the application of Suka-Suka Lok to fell the trees in Tangkulak Forest Reserve to be approved by the Telupit District Forest Office. I was then asked by Mr. Alan Kusuma to immediately verify the permit with the Telupit Forestry Office.
When did you meet Mr. Bonaventure Spawn and what was the purpose of the meeting?
On 17 March 2021, I made an appointment to see Mr. Bonaventure in person at the Telupit Forestry Office. The purpose was to verify the permit, and we discussed some matters pertaining to the work that will be carried out at the site. Mr. Bonaventure showed me the register of approved permit, and I saw that my company's name is stated in that register.
What happened after you had successfully obtained the permit?
A week later, we identified our respective licensed area by appropriate marking to determine the limit of the permitted logging area, which was also later verified by the Telupit District Forestry Officer, Mr. Bonaventure Sipaun. Thus, we have managed to partly fulfill our contractual obligations stipulated by Megah Maju Sendirian Berhad in obtaining permits from the government authority.
Can you tell us what took place between the day of the marking and the commencement of the forest clearing?
I have instructed the site supervisor to identify the number of general workers to carry out the forest clearing as stated in the contract between Suka-Sukalok Sendirian Berhad and Maju Megah Sendirian Berhad. The forest clearing commenced on the 25th of March 2021. The felled trees were not removed from the site as we were informed that the felled trees will be used by Maju Megah to erect the exclusive chalets.
What happened on 3 April 2021?
Unfortunately, the forest clearing was disrupted by heavy rains in most afternoons, so the workers were restless as they could not earn good income due to the rain. On Saturday, the 3rd of April 2021, the workers, through the site supervisor, sought my approval to carry out their work over the weekend as the weather was very good. So they had been getting less income for the past few days due to rain, and they continued working on the next day as well. Hence, by working over the weekend, when the weather was good, would enable them to earn more income.
As an operations manager, what steps do you take to make sure that your workers do not cause excessive disruption to the environment?
Since I am an experienced operations manager, I will always ensure that my subordinates do not cause excessive disruption to the environment. Suka-Sukalok has a very strict standard operating procedure or SOP when it comes to logging activities. Before we commence our forest clearing activities, we marked the area and it was further verified by the Lupit District Forestry Officer himself. And by that, we had strictly adhered to our SOP.
What makes you believe that your company's logging activities do not cause adverse effects on the forest?
Our company was acknowledged as one of the star performers in implementing sustainable forest management, or SFM, in compliance with the requirements of long-term license agreement and forest management for 2 years in a row since 2019. Being a holder under Sustainable Forest Management License, our company has to follow the SFM principles to address community issues and implement social forestry projects within forest management units, or we call them as FMU, if there are communities present within the forest boundaries. Thus, we will never cause any adverse effects upon the communities, environment, and the ecosystem in our FMU.
Do you have anything to add with regard to what happened on 5 April 2021?
Our company was not the sole company present in the said area. Our presence is to clear the forest as stated in the contract. The employees of Maju Megah Sendirian Berhad were also at the site as they were planning for the construction of exclusive chalets by using the trees which were felled by our own workers.
How did you respond upon being informed about the fake permit allegation?
I was shocked, of course, upon hearing of the allegation of fake permit as our company was listed in the register on 17 March 2021. It was beyond my comprehension when Sabah Forestry Department denied that it has ever received our application to do forest clearing at Tangkulak Forest Reserve, neither at the Telupit Forestry Office nor at the Sabah Forestry HQ in Sandakan. The only one who can solve this puzzle is none other than the Telupit District Forestry Officer, Mr. Bonaventure Sipaun. Unfortunately, he passed away in May 2021.
Do you have anything to add with regard to the validity of the permit?
I do believe that Suka-Sukalok Sendirian Berhad has been given a proper approval from the state authorities, and all activities carried out at Tangkulak Forest Reserve were done legally with constant supervision from the state authorities.
Do you have any amendments to make on your witness statement?
No, I do not.
With that, Your Honor, I pray for this witness statement to be marked as an exhibit.
Any objection? Objection? Any objection?
No.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. We mark as exhibit. Arnold.
DWS2.
Okay. DWS2.
Much obliged, Your Honor. If I can be no further assistance, this honorable court that shall conclude the examination in chief of the second defense witness.
All right. Cross-examination.
Okay. Mr. Iwan Jusilin, you work
Yes.
for the accused at the Suka-Sukalok Sendirian Berhad for 2 years. Am I right?
A little more than 2 years, yes.
Okay. Do you agree with me that you should have been familiar with all the procedure of cleaning the forest, especially the forest reserve?
Sorry, you're talking about cleaning the forest?
Yeah, you should be familiar with all the procedure of cleaning the forest. Do you agree?
I do not understand by what you mean cleaning the forest.
Okay, I can repeat. As an operation manager who worked more than 2 years at Suka-Suka Lok, you should have been familiar with all the procedure involving of cleaning the forest, especially the forest reserve. Do you agree?
If you're talking about forest clearing, then yes, I'm not aware of forest cleaning.
You're not aware of forest cleaning, but your company is running that business.
We clear forests, we don't clean forests.
Okay, clearing. Thank you. So do you agree with me
About clearing or cleaning?
about clearing?
Yes, clearing. I am
Okay.
aware of the procedures, yes.
Okay, so you're aware of all the procedure. Do you agree with me if I said that you should have known that the permit was fake?
Of course, I should have known, but I know that the permit is not fake.
I see. Okay, upon the Mr. Alan Kasuma has stated that he has instructed you to check whether the permit was fake. Is it right?
He asked me to verify the permit, yes.
Verify it. How did you verify it?
I arranged for a meeting with Mr. Bonaventure, and then subsequently I went to his office to verify it with him personally.
Okay, can you prove to the court with an evidence that Mr. Bonaventure is actually confirming that the permit is legit?
I'm sure on behalf of the forestry, you should be able to produce the registry, right?
Yes, based on our witness statement, they have confirmed that there were no registry of your Suka-Suka Lok on the asking for the permit. Therefore, I will ask you, do you agree? Do you have any proof saying that Mr. Bonaventure is confirming that the permit is not fake?
I stand in what I believe in and what I have seen, that Mr. Bonaventure has shown me the register, and I believe that it's beyond my capacity to produce the register of approved permit.
I see. So that is all on your belief lah. There's no any evidence to support your statement.
You also did not show me the registry of the approved permit.
Because we are exclaiming that there is no registry from your company. Therefore, it was your
It's no registry from my company because the registry is with the district forest office and not my company. We do not have access to the registry.
Objection.
I see. Yes.
You should ask question. Not harassing the defense witness.
Oh, I'm sorry if you feel like I'm harassing her. Okay, then we should proceed to the next question. Mr. Iwon. Yes.
Oh yes, I was saying proceed.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Iwon, are you aware that there is a provision to Section 15 of the Forest Enactment 1948 reads as follows, that no license should be issued or no license on agreement should be entered into under enactment in respected the forest reserve of class 1.
Usually when we apply for permits at the forestry office, they will tell us the further steps we would need to do. In this case, you're suggesting that we should have had the written, sorry, from whom?
Oh no, I'm just asking if you're aware that there is a provision under the forest enactment that there are no license should be issued for the forest reserve of class 1. I'm just asking whether you're aware.
I am aware, but the forestry, I am aware, but the forestry should have reminded us about should have informed us about the classes of the forest reserve. And from there on, we can work with the further approval.
So yeah, you are aware, you're saying that you are aware that there should have no license that can be provided for the Class 1 Forest Reserve. Do you agree?
By issuing Form 2A to our company, I believe that we have full permission to do the forest clearing at Forest Reserve, the Tangkulak Forest Reserve.
I see. Okay, my next question is, do you aware that the Tangkulak Forest Reserve falls under the Forest Reserve Class 1? Therefore, there is no permit should be existing at all.
But the permit has been issued to us.
So
You should be
the
asking the
permit was
forestry
claimed
why
to be fake.
you
Yes.
claim it's fake. I claim it's not fake.
I
If we're
see.
both
So
claiming, I claim like that.
okay. So I'm just asking whether you're aware that the Tangkulak Forest Reserve is classes as a Forest Reserve Class 1.
No, I'm not
Therefore,
aware.
no permit should be existing at all.
But the permit is issued
No,
by
I
the
just
forestry.
asking you, are you aware or not?
Yes, I already answered that I was not aware.
Are you aware? Not aware. Okay. Do you agree? This is my final question. Mr. Iwan, do you agree that the ignorance of the law should not be an excuse to escape from being charged?
I do not understand why the ignorance is being placed upon us when it was the forestry who issued the permit to us.
I just asking you whether you agree that the ignorance of the law should not be used as an excuse to escape from being charged. Do you agree or not?
I agree.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. I'm finished with my cross-examination. Thank
Alright,
you.
Thank you. Re-examination, Miss Alia.
Mr. Iwan, can you clarify how did you obtain the permit, just for the court, for the sake of the understanding of the court?
The obtaining of the permit was done by Datuk Kong Kalikong. And then after the permit was obtained by Datuk Kong Kalikong, I was asked to verify the permit with the Telupit District Forestry Office.
Also, can you clarify, as a person who's experienced in this industry, do you have any reasonable doubt that Mr. Bonaventure is not is not doing his job accurately?
Firstly, in terms of the permit itself, there is no reason for me to doubt the validity because from my experience as the operations manager, that the permit that was issued to us is exactly like all the other permits we've obtained before this. And also, I have worked with Mr. Bonaventure Sipaon for a long time since my appointment in Suka-Suka Log. So our previous dealings, I've always personally dealt with the forestry through Mr. Bonaventure.
All right. That is enough for me. If there are no further inquiries, I have no further inquiries for the witness. Thank you.
All right, thank you. The defense, are you closing your case? Lead counsel for the defense, are you closing the defense case?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Okay. We'll take 5 minutes, and when we come back, parties to make your submissions. So make sure you've covered all the issues that were raised during the trial, prosecution stage, and also the defense stage. Right, 5 minutes. Thank you.
Farhan, kau cakap apa? Sorry.
Your Honor, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Sorry, Your Honor, just to clarify, I think according to the competition rules, the time given for the closing statement was 10 minutes and not 5.
Puan Sohaila? Sorry, the 5 minutes is break just now. I was talking about
Oh, okay.
break. I was
All
saying
right, thank you very much, Your
5
Honor.
minutes break, not the 5 minutes submissions. Right?
Okay, sorry,
Okay.
Your Honor, thank
All right. Are we ready for submissions? Shall we proceed? Okay.
Douglas.
Who shall start first?
The prosecutions will start.
All right. You may proceed.
Okay. May it please the court, this prosecution action is against the accused, OKT Alan Kasuma, with the identification number 7010120125753 under the charge of that you between 3 April to 5th of April 2021 without license or expressly authorized by Sabah Forestry Department had cut 120 trees in the Tangkulak Forest Reserve in the district of Telupit, Sabah, and thereby has committed an offense under Section 20, subsection 2 of the Forest Enactment 1968, and upon the conviction shall be punished under the same section. The punishment is convicted, the said offense should be fined not exceeding 500,000 ringgit and to be imprisonment for a term which should not less than 1 year, but should not exceed 20 years. I hereby read the ingredient of the charge that there were 120 felled trees accounted as 210 log. There was no express authority to fell the trees. The felling of the trees was from the forest reserve, and it was the accused and or his agent who committed the act. The prosecution team has also called 2 witnesses to stand to testify on the element in the charge made toward the accused as follows. Prosecution witness 1, which is Richard Lee as an enforcement officer, Telupit Forest District Department, and prosecution witness 2, Ahmad Ladidu bin Abu Lababu, the investigating officer in Telupit Forest District Department. Based on the evidence of the witness and the prosecution's submission that the accused is guilty of the following offense under Section 20, subsection 2, Forest Enactment 1968, the court found that that was a prima facie case against the accused, Alan Kasuma. It was submitted in court based on the following reason. 1. On the 3rd to 5th of April 2021, the accused and or his agent has caused 120 felled trees in Tangkulak Forest Reserve in the district of Telupit, where his 5 workers were arrested at the scene without a valid license or permit in accordance with Section 38, subsection 3, and Section 9, subsection C of the Forest Enactment 1968. Number 2, the accused and or his agent has taken the forest produce, which means forest produce as defined in Section 2, subsection 1, the Forest Enactment 1968. The accused is proved to be the person that is responsible to the authority instructed his 5 workers for the fell of 120 trees, which accounted for 201 logs, of which 70 log is identified as the species of Balian, and the remaining 131 logs identified from the species of agarwood. The alleged license or permit surrendered at the scene was confirmed to be fake. It was the accused or his and with his agent who committed the act. The accused failed to meet the requirement of Section 38, subsection 1 of the Forest Enactment 1968, which provide that in any prosecution for a forest offense, the onus of providing the existence of lawful authority or legal right or possession of a license or permit should lie upon the accused. The accused also did not meet the requirement of Section 105 and 106 Evidence Act 1950. The prosecution witness 1 and prosecution witness 2 has testified that the so-called permit was fake as there were no serial number. There was no serial number and the specified type of tree written in the permit. And this was supported with the defense statement, witness statement 1, which is stated that there should be an approval or serial number in the permit. The status of Tangkulak Forest Reserve has been confirmed by a letter issued by the Sabah Forest Department dated on 9 April 2021, and the scene of the illegal tree felling was to be confirmed to be in the Tangkulak Forest Reserve area based on the location map attached in Exhibit P1, attached together with the said letter of Sabah Forest Department confirming the status of Tangkulak Forest Reserve as a forest reserve, and is deemed to be accurate with, according to the map, which is Exhibit 4, is deemed to be accurate in accordance with Section 38, Subsection 9, Subsection A of the Forest Enactment 1968 and Section 83, Subsection 1 of Evidence Act 1950. Proviso of the Section 15 of the Forest Enactment 1948 reads as there are no license should be issued or non-license agreement should be entered in under the enactment in respect to the forest reserve of Class 1. The Tangkulak falls within the Forest Reserve Class 1, and the statement by the accused that a permit has been obtained is hereby rejected, as they are schedule of protection forests in Forest Constitution of Forest Reserve and Amended Enactment 1984, number 4 of 1984, item number 2. The accused and his agent was at the scenery with the machinery and is assumed to be used to the said machinery to fell, collect, and transfers the forest produce in accordance with Section 38, Subsection 9, Subsection D of the Forest Enactment 1968. The machinery used to be fell, collect, and transfer all the forest produce, including 70 billion logs and 131 agarwood logs. And along with the police report, which marked as Exhibit 4, is a part of evidence that submitted to the court to meet the requirement of Section 107 of the Criminal Procedure Code CPC Act 593 to clarify the actual incident found in the scene. The prosecutor has obtained a letter of authorization to prosecute from the Sabah Deputy Public Prosecutor, which is Mr. Ahmad Fitri bin Yazid, dated at May 31, 2001, to prosecute in accordance with Section 377, Subsection B of the Criminal Procedure Code and Section 40A of the Forest Enactment 1968 by the power vested in him by virtue of Section 376, Subsection P of the Criminal Procedure Code. A certified copy of this authorization letter is available in the bundle of documents of the prosecution. The prosecutor argued that the defense raised by the accused will not succeed, whereby the accused has failed to discharge the burden that he and or his agent has valid license for lodging activity in Tangkulak Forest Reserve area as required under Section 38, Subsection 1 of the Forest Enactment 1968. The accused also and or his agent has failed to exercise due to diligence. The accused claimed that the alleged permit was verified by Mr. Bonaventure was not corroborated by any oral or documentary evidence, and the accused claimed that Suka-Sukalok Sendirian Berhad name is registered was, but there's no corroborated by oral or documentary evidence. Based on the evidence above and in accordance with section 173, subsection N of the Criminal Procedure Code, the prosecutor has successfully proven beyond reasonable doubt all the ingredients in the charge, hence sought the court to find the accused guilt. In the line with the community's sensitivity and awareness of the importance of the forest and the beautify and the stability of the environment and the livelihood of the community, the prosecution hereby seek the attention of your honor of this honorable court that this case is considered to be general example in the future, as based on the forestry impact assessment FIA carried out by State Forestry Department, the findings show that from the activity carried out by the accused, the network of roads, key trails, and landing near the project area had directly alleged drain pattern of the impacted water yield, and so many more damage to the environment. For the above reason, we ask your honor to find the accused guilt as charged. Thank you.
Thank you. Submissions by the defense.
Your Honor, if I may be allowed to share screen the defense skeletal submission.
All right.
Much obliged, Your Honor.
This is the, okay. All right. So Miss Alia, you are doing the submissions, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Proceed.
May it please Your Honor, once again, I am Alia Anissa binti Kharis Masnan for the defense. We will now proceed with the defense submission. The accused was charged under Section 20, Subsection 2 of the Forest Enactment 1968 by the public prosecutor via a complaint received from Jabatan Kehutanan Sabah. The defense have called two witnesses, namely the accused and Mr. Iwan Jusli. Section 173M of the Criminal Procedure Code states that at the conclusion of the trial, the court shall consider all the evidence adduced before it and shall decide whether the prosecution has proved its case beyond reasonable doubt. And if the court finds that the prosecution has proved its case beyond reasonable doubt, the court shall find the accused guilty and he may be convicted on it, and the court shall pass sentence according to law. If the court finds that the prosecution has not proved its case beyond reasonable doubt, the court shall record an order of acquittal. In the case of public prosecutor against Gan Boon An and another, the Learned High Court judge held that the burden of proof of the guilt of the accused beyond reasonable doubt is on the prosecution throughout the trial, and it never shifts to the accused person. Based on the maximum evaluation by the defense of all evidences adduced at trial, it is humbly submitted that the prosecution has failed to prove the charge against the accused beyond reasonable doubt based on the following ground and arguments. The prosecution has failed to fulfill the elements under Section 20, Subsection 2 of the Sabah Forest Enactment 1968. The first element is that there were 120 felled trees. The crux of the offense in the instant case is illegal felling of trees in a forest reserve. Thus, the prosecution must prove affirmatively the existence of 120 felled trees as per the charge. It is submitted that the way to prove the 120 felled trees is by tendering the physical timber logs in court. If the exhibit cannot be tendered physically, then the prosecution can tender photographs of the said 120 timber logs. In the High Court case of public prosecutor against Muhammad Nasir bin Abdullah, it was held that exhibits should not be indiscriminately tendered in court and that they should have some evidentiary value to them. The mere tendering of the photographs as exhibits do not by itself add anything to the prosecution's case. Since we have successfully proved the inadmissibility of the photographs, the prosecution has no has insufficient evidence in proving the seizure notice. To conclude, the prosecution has failed to show all alleged 120 felled trees from the photographs, thus the photograph contain no evidentiary value. The second element is the accused has no express authority to fell trees. It was alleged by the prosecution that the accused permit was forged on the basis that normally there will be serial numbers and also the permit will specify type of trees to be felled by the permit holder. In reply, the defense submits that nothing in the Forest Enactment 1968 and Forest Rules 1969, particularly from Form 2A therein, states that serial numbers are required or that there is a limit to the species of trees permitted to be cut. As the prosecution's evidence on this point is not based on law, the evidence is therefore speculative, presumptive, and assumptive. If I may, Your Honor, I'm actually submitting on but the screen is not, I think the...
Are you in which paragraph now?
We are in
12.
paragraph 11, second element, paragraph 11.
Okay, all right, proceed.
Okay, paragraph 11. Okay, further, the defense, however, contend that the permit is valid and enforceable for the following reasons. This is on paragraph 12 for the clarification of Despite the fact that the permit was obtained through Datuk Kong Kali Kong, the accused had instructed his employee, Mr. Iwan Juselin, to seek verification from the Telupit Forestry Office. Secondly, Mr. Iwan Juselin testified that he had met with the forest officer, Mr. Bonaventure Sipaon, at the Telupit Forestry Office on the 17th of March 2021. Thirdly, Mr. Iwan testified that Mr. Bonaventure Sipaon had verified the validity of the said permit and further showed him that the permit has been entered in the register of approved permit. And lastly, subsequent thereto, it is also testimony of Mr. Iwan that the marking of the limit of the accused logging area was also verified by Mr. Bonaventure Sipaon. When cross-examined, the prosecution witnesses admitted that Mr. Bonaventure Sipaon was indeed an officer at the Telupit Forestry Office. Thus, the accused has no reason to believe the representation made by Mr. Bonaventure Sipaon on the validity of the permit. Your Honor, if I may ask the court permission for me to share screen, since there is a problem when it comes to the internet. Can I?
Yes.
Can we proceed and can I proceed in sharing the screen, because our instructor solicitor screen is not internet is lagging.
Yeah. In fact, the court, we have already received the submissions. You can just read without sharing the documents.
All right. Thank you. Much obliged, Your Honor. If that's the case, I'm just going to read without screen sharing. Thank you. I'll proceed with the submission. I will proceed with our submission. When cross-examined, the prosecution witnesses admitted that Mr. Bonaventure Sipaon was indeed an officer at the Telupit Forestry Office. Thus, the accused has no reason to doubt the representations made by Mr. Bonaventure Sipaon on the validity of the permit. Further, it is interesting to note that the permit is also approved by a different forestry officer, namely one Eunice Marlies, who was never called by the prosecution or offered to the defense to show whether her signature on the permit was indeed forged. It is submitted that Eunice Marlies is a material witness for the prosecution to prove the charge. In this instance, the defense raises two presumptions against the prosecution. Namely, firstly, presumption of adverse inference as against the prosecution under Section 114G of the Evidence Act 1950. For the non-calling of Eunice Marlies, who is a material witness, And secondly, presumption that an official act is regularly done under Section 114E of the Evidence Act. This, which means this court has a discretion to presume that their official acts have been regularly and correctly performed. This was seen in the case of Muhammad Isha bin Awang and Muhammad Idris bin Siramal Baris, in which it was held that the words regularly performed means correctly done. Having presumed that the permit is valid, the accused has a legitimate expectation that his exercise of the state permit is legal and enforceable. According to MP Jain's Administrative Law of Malaysia and Singapore, the learned authors state that legitimate expectations may be based upon some express statement or undertaking by or on behalf of the public authority which has the duty of making the decision, or from the existence of a regular practice which the claimant can reasonably expect to continue. Henceforth, the defense has proven that the permit issued to the accused is valid and enforceable. The third element is that the felled trees were from the Tangkulak Forest Reserve and not elsewhere. It is humbly submitted that the evidence that the alleged trees were felled in the Tangkulak Forest Reserve alone is not sufficient. The prosecution must state the exact location of the alleged felling site within the Tangkulak Forest Reserve to implicate the accused with the charge. It is undisputed that under Section 24 of the Forest Enactment 1968, a license to cut or collect forest produce in a forest reserve can be issued by the forest chief conservator. Thus, it can be reasonably inferred that for a huge area of 27,258 hectares, there must be other logging operations carried out in the Tangkulak Forest Reserve. As such, it is imperative that the prosecution identify with absolute certainty that the alleged felling site is indeed the accused permitted logging area. Under the permit, it is stated that the accused logging area consists 1,300 per square meter, which is incredibly small compared to the size of the whole Tangkulak Forest Reserve. The accused logging area are lots 95578, 95579, and 95580, 95581, and 95582. After scrutinizing the evidences tendered by the prosecution, it cannot be ignored that the exact GPS location or coordinates of the alleged felling site was not stated in any of the prosecution's evidence, namely the police report, the seizure notice, and the map. Further, the same documents also did not state or mention the said lots. The prosecution has also failed to tender the images from the UAV to show the exact images and or GPS coordinates of the location of the alleged felling site. The prosecution also did not seek any confirmation from the Forest Department on the status of lots within the Tangkulak Forest Reserve. As such, it is submitted that the prosecution has failed to adduce evidence that could prove beyond reasonable doubt that the alleged felling site is the accused logging area and not elsewhere within the Tangkulak Forest Reserve. And the last element is that the act was committed by the accused and or his agents. The prosecution witnesses, when cross-examined, agreed that the accused was only arrested on 7th April 2001, which means that the accused was not at the alleged felling site when the raid was conducted, which is on the 3rd to 5th April 2021, as stated in the charge. It was testified by the prosecution witnesses that they had arrested 5 persons from the alleged felling site on 5th April 2021. The prosecution implicates the accused because 1. The said 5 persons were allegedly workers of Suka-Suka Logs Sdn Bhd, which is the company owned by the accused, and that secondly, the logs, vehicles, and machineries were properties of Suka-Suka Logs Sdn Bhd, and they were seized inside the alleged accused logging area. The defense challenged the prosecution's case and further highlights the following. Firstly, the inconsistencies in the prosecution's witness. It is submitted that the following are material inconsistencies and discrepancies that strikes the root of the charge. Firstly, police report, Exhibit P3, which did not state the exact GPS coordinates of the alleged felling site. The seizure notice, Exhibit P2, did not state the exact GPS coordinates of the alleged felling site, and the IO was never present at the alleged felling site. Thus, it is highly incredible that he could witness the seizure process. And lastly, the map, Exhibit P5, which did not state the exact GPS coordinates of the blue shaded area in the map so as to prove beyond reasonable doubt that it refers to the accused logging area. It did not state whether the blue shaded area in the map are either the accused lots, which are the accused logging area, and did not state the time and date of when it was extracted so as to link it with the current charge of illegal logging. And secondly, the absence of essential prosecution's evidences. The first one is the images captured by the UAV on 5 April 2021. Richard Lee, in his police report and his witness statement, state that he had instructed Peter Mongin to pilot the UAV to patrol the Tangkulak Forest Reserve area. It was stated that there were images of aerial view of the alleged felling area, but he said adalah jelas kerana tidak kelihatan pokok yang menutupi kawasan tersebut. It is submitted that the images from the UAV should be tendered so it can be examined whether the area patrolled is indeed the accused logging area. Further, the UAV should contain the exact reading of the GPS coordinates of the alleged felling area. The non-tendering of the UAV images are determined to the prosecution case, as it cannot be said without a doubt that the patrolled area was indeed in the accused logging area. Secondly, the letter from the Forest Department confirming the number and type of trees felled. The IO had expressly stated in his witness statement that the Forest Department had issued a letter confirming the number and type of trees felled, which is from the species of Bildan and Agarwood. Although both Richard Lee and the IO are educated in forest management, it is argued that they do not possess a formal education of forest botany to be able to distinguish between timber species in terms of its characteristics. Thus, the evidence on the species of the seized logs are challenged as they are not experts in forest botany. The fact that there is a letter from the Forest Department confirming the number and species of the seized logs clearly indicate that the identification of the species must come from the Forestry Department, which is the main headquarters office, and not sufficient through the evidence of the district forest officers alone. Thirdly, the confirmation from the Sabah Forest Department of the status of the lots. Although the IO did request for the status of the Tangkulak Forest Reserve, it is submitted that it is also incumbent on him to seek the status of the accused lots with the Forest Department to ascertain whether the state lots are indeed licensed to the accused. Failure of making the state finding, the IO did not complete his investigation on whether the accused's permit was forged. Fourth, the evidence of Mark Angus and the other 4 alleged workers of Suka-Suka Log Sdn Bhd who were released without being called to testify in trial. It is admitted by Richard Lee and the IO that there were 5 workers arrested, including Mark Angus, from the alleged felling site. Their statements were also recorded where it was alleged that they were working for Suka-Suka Log Sdn Bhd. It is submitted that the written statements and alleged employment letters of the 5 workers were not given to the defense. The defense also contends that aside from Mark Angus, the other 4 workers are not the workers of Suka-Suka Log Sdn Bhd, both of Megah Maju Sdn, but of Megah Maju Sdn Bhd. It was already testified by Mr. Iwan Zusdin that Megah Maju workers were also present at the site. As all 5 workers' statements and employment letters are not given to the defense and neither are they called as witnesses, the prosecution has failed to corroborate their evidence that all 5 workers were employees of Suka-Suka Log Sdn Bhd and not employees of other company. And lastly, fifth is the evidence of Yunis Malis. Yunis Malis is the signatory of the permit and also a forest officer acting on behalf of the Ketua Conservator Hutan Sabah. Thus, as the IO had failed to seek confirmation of the status of the lot stated in the permit with the Forest Department, it is therefore essential for the prosecution to call Yunis Malis to testify whether her signature on the permit was forged. Before I proceed with my submission, I noticed that my time is running. May I request the court an extension of 3 minutes?
Any objection from the other party? Sorry.
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. All right, you may proceed.
Your Honor. Failure of tendering these 2 evidences, the prosecution witnesses lack corroboration on the allegation that the permit was forged. And lastly, the extract of JPJ registrations on all the vehicles seized from the alleged accused felling site, namely the excavator Hitachi EX1203, the 5-tractor Komatsu, and the 5-lorry trailer Mercedes 911. Not only that, the prosecution's witnesses had failed to identify all 11 vehicles from the photographs. The prosecution has also failed to tender the JPJ registration of all 11 vehicles. Failure to tender the said 11 JPJ registration, the prosecution case is thus crippled for lack of evidence to suggest that the vehicles belonged to the accused or his company. We also humbly submit that since we have successfully proved the inadmissibility of the photographs has not been tendered as exhibit. The prosecution claimed that the photographs were secondary evidence. However, we respectfully submit that the photographs are mandatory evidence in proving the seizure notice. The seizure notice cannot stand alone and must be corroborated for the prosecution to rely on the seizure notice. This was seen in the case of Jabatan Hutan Sarawak and Foremost Metro, Sdn Bhd and others. This is a Sarawak Session Court judgment on a charge of illegal possession of forest produced under Sarawak Forest Evidence. Even though it is a different law, but it concerns the similar nature of offense, thus the decision has persuasive value. It was held in this case that the way to prove the 2,449 pieces of timber logs is by tendering the 11 physical timber logs, or it can be tendered through the photographs. If the exhibit cannot be tendered physically, provided some explanations are offered by the prosecution why the exhibit cannot be tendered physically. Since the photographs are not admitted as evidence, the prosecution has zero evidence to prove the seizure notice. The prosecution relied on the fact that since Mark Angus signed the seizure notice, the validity of the seizure notice is valid. However, respectfully submit that Mark Angus should be called to testify because failure to call a material evidence is detrimental to the prosecution's case. By not calling Mark Angus as a witness and not offering Mark Angus to the defense is therefore prejudiced because the defense cannot question what happened on the site. Once again, based on all the reasons stated, the prosecution has insufficient evidence to prove the validity of the seizure notice. From the evidence above, clearly the investigation is lacking. The failure to investigate by the investigating officer in this case has cast doubt to the prosecution's case. In the federal court case of Lee Kwan Wo and public prosecutor, it was held that an inference in the appellant's favor ought therefore to have been drawn by the learned judge at the close of the prosecution case. Having examined the evidence led by the prosecution, it is respectfully submitted that the evidence left too many questions unanswered, which left much doubt as to the sufficiency of the evidence to convict the accused. It is straight law that the prosecution must rely on the strength of its own evidence and not relying on the weakness of the defense. In the case of Surya, Utisai, and another against Pendakwa Raya, it was held that the appellant need not convince the court that their evidence was more credible than the evidence of the prosecution. Although the court did not believe their defense, however, the defense had raised a reasonable doubt and that was sufficient to enable them to be discharged and acquitted. In the circumstances, the defense humbly pray for the accused person to be discharged and acquitted. Much obliged, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you very much for the submissions from both parties. I stand down this case for 5 to 10 minutes to deliberate the winner. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah. Kenapa tidak? Hmm.
All right, welcome back. Are we all here?
Yes, Your Honor. I think so.
Right. Okay, before I announce the winner, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the organizer for inviting me as the judge for this competition and for allowing our court interpreter, Mr. Arnold, to assist us today. Thank you very much, Arnold. And I would also like to congratulate both teams for your excellent performances today. I find that both teams have drafted excellent opening speech and closing submissions. I'm also very impressed with the advocacy and presentation of the learned prosecutors and the defense counsels, and truly amazed by the accuracy of evidence displayed or given by the witnesses. I thank you very much, and I see you guys in real court proceeding in the future. All right, so I shall now announce the best instructing solicitors. This is based on the pre-trial documents and also the closing skeletal submissions. And it goes to Miss Nur Emiliana Adriana binti Iltizam from UITM. And for best witness, it goes to Mr. Haikal Ubaidillah bin Roslan. Where are you? All right. And for best counsel, it goes to Miss Alia Anissa binti Khairus Masnan. All right, no sound. Woo! Best overall performance goes to Mr. Yishal Tilinadan. Did I pronounce your name?
It's Yishal, but yeah.
Mr. Yishal,
Congrats,
is it?
congrats.
Right.
Thank you, Anna.
And the winner for this mock trial competition is none other than UITM team number 1. Congratulations and thank you very much. As I said just now, see you guys in the future in a real court proceeding.
It's
Goodbye.
been a pleasure to meet everyone. Bye. Thank
All
you.
right,
so
bye.
It's a pleasure.
Thank you, everyone.
Bye.
Pleasure
Thank you,
to work with
everyone.
you guys. Thank you,
Thank you,
everyone.
Judge.
Thank you, judges.